Morning, everybody. Welcome to Trading Capital's daily live stream of the market open. Today is currently December 11th. I'm your head market trader here, Curtis Gowden. Jumping into the charts, we have the open here in T-minus 38 seconds. Indices' initial reaction off of CPI was lower. You had a big sell-off from the highs. Pre-market SPY went all the way up to 478, dumped all the way down to 475. So we have a massive range. We're kind of in no man's land right now, still gapping up on the session. And you're above yesterday's high. So that's bullish sentiment for the market right now. I'm still looking at shorts off the open. I want to see if we get how big of a rally we get, but I am looking at shorts off of the open, personally speaking.
I love when there's pre-market range, man. It's so easy to mark the high and the low. And just
All right, markets are open here. I repeat, markets are open. SPY's gapped up.
today's today. BTC just opened up.
Some sticky keys going on.
Yeah, TSLA has
Coins coming in.
down to 225.4.
NVDA's up 1.1. Meta's coming in from the highs. Big candle on Apple to the upside.
There goes Tesla breaking under 230.
Tesla's getting demolished. NVIDIA's still trending up. All right, I'm going to take a coin short here. 158 short. 158 short on coin. 158 short on coin.
Good morning, Mike. Good morning, everyone. Good morning.
Markets are still remaining pretty resilient here. All right, guys. I'm exiting coin here. 155. I'm exiting coin. Just closed at 155.38. Nice little gain. Basically a $3 gain there on coin. Beautiful.
What is the hedge pressure? Say it. 477. NVDA 550 calls from yesterday in the money. Oh my God, Mike. I can't believe you're still in those. No, I'm in the 510 still. Oh, and that.
Let's see how the SPY is doing. So you have Microsoft absolutely ripping. Mega cap tech is just flying and soaring here. SPY's actually starting to come down. 52.4 starter position, short NVIDIA.
Microsoft ripping. Microsoft's at 388.
Big down candle there.
Almost puts at the top of the 930 candle. $80 per contract in SPX. I sold half. It was that upper VWAP band that we tend to reject off.
So we've already secured one trade on the docket. Congrats if you did that. I actually secured a second trade with my members. It was a coin put. I took it above 158. Took a 0 DT 154 put. Boom. We are banking now. Alibaba's ripping. It's good to see.
It was 4750 or 4750. These were cheap. 89 cents for 79 calls. I wonder if Tesla's going to fill this gap down. Figure you are $37 puts are in the money. $200 than 30%.
Amazon's just flying here. Apple's still flying. Microsoft's still flying near the highs. So you have small caps continuing a breakdown here, but Qs and SPY really ripping here, rallying. Weakness in Meta.
This is not so new to BTC at the moment. So in our pre-market plan, I mentioned that SPY is going to hit 478.75.
So the dollar's falling pretty sharply here. It's giving life to the markets.
Zero DTE, my friend? I sure did. I took a Bitcoin just to continue to have activity.
Well, many sectors are red. You have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. 7 sectors red, including the Dow Jones transports. But technology and communications are green.
I'm ready to trade. Man, that relative strength on Microsoft.
Microsoft, new all-time high. Just absolutely flying to the upside here.
So is Netflix. That's why I said, like, when this on CPI, just look for those top relative strength and weakness, because when the market opens up, usually those things move if SPY's still sideways. Oh. Tesla's going to fill that gap downside.
All right, so we're still short NVIDIA. That's the only trade. We already took profits on coin. Let's see how the SPY is doing. So you have the Russell 2000 negative.
Microsoft or 375 falls are heavily in the money.
Apple, big reversal on Apple. Big reversal candle on Apple.
Make that face. You know, you got it. Oh my. I took some Meta 370 push, risking 5-minute candle by candle short. I called it out in this space because I don't know. Yeah, I don't trade individual tickers anymore. AMD, here a high day.
All right, I'm going to short this S&P 500 here, 477.82. 477.82. Short the S&P. Short SPY, 477.82. This is a 1/3 position. I'm going a little bit heavier on this trade. Apple's starting to come in, guys.
Shit on the party. So we pushed over that CPI seller's ask I talked about. I'm expecting a pullback here, and on that pullback, that's where I believe will be the next higher low to potentially push higher. So rejecting off of this, I need to see a CBC flip short though. Meta testing low today. Yeah, Microsoft getting pulled back here. Someone just said Apple's not looking good, so a lot of names are going to pull back here. Meta, $100 per contract gain. I sold. Let's go, Maple. Let's go SMCI.
So you have the Qs up, the S&P up. The Qs are the strongest indice right now. Bitcoin's up at 48,000. It's piercing that level right now. Meta's coming down pretty hard here, so look for communication stocks to get wrecked. Apple coming down pretty hard here. Apple's actually negative now in the session.
What did you say, Maple? If bulls want to push this higher, they have to close above 17,028. That's that CPI seller's ask that we keep talking about. Damn.
High risk short play on Mara.
We still have the 143s.
I'm short at 28.39. 28.39. This is a 1/4 position.
Don't forget about our Octa 110 swing for March. All right. For MATA, our 2650 calls that I called out yesterday, please get ready to take your first trim. Oh.
All right, NVIDIA is starting to come down now.
Why you gotta shit on the party? BTC just hit 48.3.
Anybody took those AMD calls up 10%?
Bitcoin miner days continue to see heavy activity, new highs. Riot blockchain marathon.
Riot, our $17.
All right, so crypto's so big weakness creeping in. Still short NVIDIA, short SPY, and we're short Mara, MARA.
Otherwise, I'm selling these, and the loss, unfortunately, is slightly larger because I accidentally bought surveys.
Short Bitcoin at 48.5. That's what I'm watching.
Rolling over, Apple's negative. Many mega caps are pulling in from the highs right now as we speak.
Yeah, I'm looking at Webull crypto.
20-point gain. I covered a quarter there. $400 per contract.
All right, I'm going to add to my Mara here at 29.07. 29.07. Second entry.
This is where we need that bounce.
Brings the average up to 28.73. Still short NVIDIA, short the S&P. We're in the money on all trades except for MARA here. We're basically flat on. All right, just like that, we're in the money.
Took IBIT, India Bravo, India Tango, iShares, Bitcoin ETF, shares continued activity high.
Bitcoin's above 48,000 and holding strong here. Bitcoin is above 48,000 and holding strong. You have oil up 2.17. That gas is down slightly. Apple's gone negative on the session.
It's all apples.
Tesla's going negative. Qs are putting in a potential hourly topping tail.
Jumping off the cliff.
Pay close attention to that.
Oh, fuck. I wasn't zoomed in as much as I thought I was.
Yeah, Microsoft is really pulling back here. There's a lot of bearish candlestick setups right now across the board.
Sector rotation, right? So,
Honestly, my thought on this rotation was going to be people are going to sell their Bitcoin to buy the ETF instead of the Bitcoin.
Oops, my keys are sticky today. I apologize. NVDA. All right, NVIDIA is rolling over. I am covering my NVIDIA here, 546.58. I just covered NVIDIA, 546.58. 546.58. I covered our NVIDIA, massive gain. All the way from 552, massive gain Massive gain. Money heavily as well. Still holding Mara, M-A-R-A. That one we're basically just flat on. Look at this. S&P has now gone negative. S&P has now gone negative. We are printing here. We are printing. I'm covering my SPY short here, 476.70. 476.70. I just covered. So the only trade that we have left on the docket. So massive gain on SPY, massive gain on NVDA. All we have left is MARA on the docket. So we have secured already a few good winners on the session. Congrats if you're able to take those with us. My members actually banked huge off of the open on a coin 0DTE put, which we closed. But massive, massive gains across the board. Congrats if you took that with us. Still holding a Mara short here. MARA. But the S&P is breaking down. You do have many sectors red. You have more sectors red on the session than green. So again, that CPI initial reaction was a spike in the dollar, which ripped the market back down from the highs. You have Microsoft coming in. Apple's coming in very sharply. Apple's now down on the session quite substantially, down 0.67%. Tesla's down 1.7%. I could see NVIDIA going negative. That GDRX is trying to break out. Qs are looking a little weak now. So more weakness, more red in the screen starting to creep in to this market. The dollar's curling up above 102.56 on the trading session. Still holding this Mara. Crypto is still pumping up here, guys. Crypto is still pumping up. Bitcoin above 48,700. All right, Mara's starting to come in. So this is our final position that we have on the docket. Mara short. We've already closed 2 winners. We've banked tremendously on this stream already. And again, I'm going to encourage you to check out my Trading Capital Discord. My members banked huge on a coin 0DTE put right at the open.
For scales, but whenever we have CPI, like I said, if it's a large move up or down, you want to look at the main wick where either buyers or sellers push price from. So you can see on the 5-minute chart SPY, that wick starts at 478.08. So
Doing
up and, on CPI, because this is during pre-market, there's lower volume, so sellers cannot get as many orders filled. So that means there are sitting orders there above 478. So when price opens up and with much more volume, as price pushes over the seller's ask 478, just into that upper wick on CPI.
Crypto's still pumping. Bitcoin ripping here. Mara's coming in though a little bit. We're up about 30 cents on the trade. NVIDIA is still coming down. Markets are not looking as healthy as they were at the start of the open.
There's much less aggression for the bid to be held because buyers are wanting to lock in profit, right? It's too risky. So here, I would, again, be patient for a higher low potential as we're nearing buyer's territory under 475.8.
BTC just whipped at 49K. Taking it to 475. Top of my bear zone. This is the beginning of it. That definitely isn't that 476.
Yeah, we lost it.
Well, the way things are going, I think we're going to hit 50K by end of day.
Oh shit.
All right, Mara is starting to decline pretty sharply here, guys. Mara is starting to take some profits soon.
$400 per contract in SPS a mile.
Beautiful. I grabbed some 477 calls off this 476 first scalp.
AMD's gone negative. So again, more weakness creeping in.
Look at you.
350%.
I want to do 0 days, but
Don't forget about our Kava swing play. AAPL $50 swing play for February.
I see it close over 476.
God damn it. Fuck, I missed this. Why did my alert not go off? That is that. Son of a.
What's going up about it?
Big decline there in Mara. Big decline there in Mara.
I accidentally got 0 days. God damn.
Still holding short at this 28.73, guys. We are still holding short Mara. We've already taken huge profits.
I was so well, you dumb. You dumb.
And it's because normally, like, so
Big fall here in Mara, guys. We're fucking banking. Let's go. Come on, baby.
I don't have a reason.
Let's go, man. This is a profitable day. Thank you very much.
And then the other thing is when I did the small accounts in the past, I used Robinhood, which I you can turn on a setting that prevents you from doing 0 days. It's like a day trading protection thing.
Yeah.
So I never had to change the date because the first date that would come up was the following day on SPY. So I created a separate watch list just for the options I wanted to trade for that day, like before they open. And I can click and it goes right to active trader, whatever the contract.
That's cool.
Hey, can you guys hear me?
Yes, sir. I can hear you.
God, my Wi-Fi must be freaking terrible.
Jordan is working out, buddy.
Did you hear me say that my algo was going short?
Yeah.
My algo.
Big drop coming in Mara, guys. Big drop coming in Mara. Let's go.
I mean, again, because you said it's trying to flip short leg.
Yeah, so when that
SPY's trying to catch a buyer's bid here. NVDA curling up, testing the pre-market low.
I'm about to get stopped.
Yeah,
by
mine flipped short on that last 5 minutes.
All right, guys, I'm covering coin here. 27.48. I just covered coin at 27.48 for a nice gain. So that is a beautiful 3 for 3 here in the live trading session. Just covered 3 beautiful trades there. Congrats. I will look for some long trades. Right now, we're just still hovering. Believe it or not, based off of this high pivot shoot up and reversal down, there is a new calculated downside target. Potentially, we could trade, very likely scenario, if the dollar firms up, we could trade anywhere between 473.50 all the way down to 470.51. Pre-market low on, so that CPI sell-off was here at 475.19. We are below a key trend line. This trend line on the 10-minute chart I'm going to show you, it goes all the way back to this low pivot here, basically January 5th. So the fact that we're below that now is definitely a bearish signal as of now. markets can still recover, but the fact that we're below this trend, we are starting to weaken the main trend here. So just be careful about that. I'm looking at a high risk setup here. I'm going to do a 475 0 DTE SPY put. 475 0 DTE SPY put. 475 0 DTE SPY put.
I think they slam it down, to be honest.
It might slam it.
But they all
buy. Watch the reaction at 475.25.
I have 475.35.
I agree with Mike. I know I see what he's like.
EOL, Mullet, can you do highs now, Papa Oscar Lima?
Down the product a little bit. Market highs. Yesterday's high.
Russell 2000 is at the lows of the session.
I just grabbed some puts. 0 days ago.
Yeah, I'm debating. I was like, you need to trim some of these calls here while I'm in profits because we're not getting the momentum at all. So buyers up 476.
I will cut these very quick if I need to.
Take my like $9 a contract and
Tesla coming down again. Microsoft's trying to push up. Meta's trying to push up. Bearish flow is hitting the tape.
I don't want to scale, but I took a scale.
All right, Apple new low of day. Apple breaking.
Ticker U almost 400%.
That's all their boy.
Oil's still up 2.5%, but energy stocks are getting hit.
I took a safety trim because we couldn't break this 200.
Let me share it.
More bearish flow coming in. My thesis, I'm liking it. Let's go. Drop, no girl. Drop, no girl. Full disclosure, my first trade, I really fucked up. It was down.
Pushing hard on the IWM, but
That's all it is.
Down. I have down. One trade, that's a plus 50%.
So we're seeing Apple breaking down. Apple breaking down. If Apple loses the support level at 184.30, this market's really going to sell.
CBC still holding bearish.
Yeah, not like the way that last candle closed.
Yeah, this is a buyer, so 476. But if we can
You have the dollar trying to creep up again.
475, test the top of that bear zone.
Just lose it. I think that's how the Eminem song goes. Give me momentum. Go.
New lows on the Russell. SPY is continuing to fall here, guys. New lows on the Russell. It's looking like a gap and crack.
Maple.
We should see a bounce at some point, but markets are looking very, very fragile here. Selling off pretty sharply.
Let's go.
All sectors are red except for XLK and XLE. All sectors are red. This is a confirming downtrend today. Just be very cautious about going long in this market. There will be bounces, but we're still well off of a bounce level. We are well off of a bounce level. We're holding 0 DTE 475 puts. We've already closed 3 winners today. Pre-market low off the CPI was right around this 475. So we still have lots of potential room to fall here, guys. A lot of room to fall. Mara was up 13%. It's only up now 2.7%. So massive declines across the board coming into play. We are seeing a big technical breakdown in the Qs and the SPY. All indices are now red. We're starting to get really interesting here. All indices are red on the session. Dollars ticking up here. The yield curve inversion, the spread is starting to narrow. The 10-year's up 0.3%. The 2-year's actually negative. So that steepener is in place. Small caps are getting absolutely trounced today. Small caps are getting absolutely trounced.
All right, I scaled more out of the runners here. I have one contract left with 5 puts. Let's go, baby.
Good job, guys.
Let's go.
And here's 475.25. And oh, it's still going.
Jeez.
Oh, that's right, because it's really 475.15-ish. Oh no, it's 475.20.
Here's the top of the bear zone. Let's see if they get moved.
I'm all out. All out of 5 puts here.
Wow, 474.88. And that is a dark pool level 474.88.
All
If you
out.
remember from the other day, damn, I could have held those puts and had a nicer.
Holy
Damn, what a sell-off here. Our puts are in the money. Please secure profits. 0 DTE, I'm securing profits here. What a banger. What a banger. Boom. Thank you very much. That is 4 for 4 today in the trading room. Again, please definitely check out my tradingcapital.ca Discord. We have banked tremendously here. Wow. What an absolute banger.
So far, I did hold a little bit longer.
Wow, look at the sell-off, guys. Look at this sell-off.
Wow, it's still going.
Still selling here, guys. Market makers are just ripping this market down.
Oh my god. I had these contracts at 89. They're at 165.
I don't even want to see what I.
These were 5 DTE contracts.
Mine were 0 again.
Wait, you made 100% off that move on 5 DTE?
Yes.
Bro,
January 16th calls.
I've caught bigger moves on one day and been up like 50 maybe. I don't know how.
Yes, 473 January 16th calls. I got filled at 89. They are currently at 178.
Look at the sell, guys. Holy. SPY all the way down to 474. Almost hitting target. Wow.
Ticker U, Unity Software up 520% on those $37 puts.
That's a fucking 100%.
I just looked at calls. I just grabbed some calls, dude.
Oh, off that algo short. Fucking go.
I'm in calls, but I will cut these very, very quickly if I need to. Even where I bought them and we're up higher now, I'm still down.
That's how she goes.
Don't fucking bear flag on me, bitch. We're still higher than where I bought them, and I'm down 10%. Because I bought 0 days ago like an idiot.
Stop buying those, boy.
You've had coin go negative. Mara is still holding strong here. Wow.
Market sell is my
Wow,
thing.
we're just gonna bring it right through yesterday's low. No hesitation. Shit, I guess.
473.90 is my line in the sand.
They're absolutely just ripping this market apart today.
See it on my
They are
screen.
ripping this market apart.
And it's gonna bounce right here too. Watch.
Wow. All right, guys. We actually can play a long trade here on the S&P. We're coming up into some support. Get ready to go long the S&P 500. Hopefully we get one more bar down. Hopefully it's an impulse candle down.
Could be worse. You could have taken puts and you were live trading in your Discord, but you had your mic turned off and you were celebrating by yourself the whole time. And now a bunch of people are mad. But I took the 474 by BTs when I said algo printed short at 945 for that little scalp, and then when SPY retested the 9 EMA, I just went to the 473 just slightly out, like they were cheaper, and I bought just one extra contract for size and caught a really, really big downside move there.
Everything's getting smashed.
All right, guys, I'm going along the SPY here. 473.77, 473.77. Long the S&P, 473.77. It's a 1/4 position. High risk trade. High risk trade. We are seeing the market sell off here.
62 fib. It has about 62% likelihood of going to the full -1 ATR, which would be 472.5.
Yeah, we're seeing trend early, so I'm feeling you on short the pops until that changes.
Also, the 50 is 472.6. So if we lose that, it could sell off a bunch more real fast. That's the scary part. What was yesterday's low?
Right here, 473.90, 87.
So NVIDIA is getting a little bit of a pop. You've had NVIDIA go negative, Apple go negative.
See how hard they bounce it. You're at the 15-minute 200 EMA as well as yesterday's low, so we could see a bit of a bounce. Test that 476. It's all low, right? I think that's all low. Yeah.
So it looks like a downtrending session, which means that we short the pops. We short the pops on this downtrending session. You know, for some of these crypto stocks have been up 13%, 5, 6, 7% respectively, now getting demolished. That's pretty big weakness in the market.
It's so creaky. Swear on jeans.
All right, so the S&P is trying to build a little bit of a base here to move higher.
This is a weak at bounce.
That's because it's not a bounce.
All right, guys, I'm putting a break-even stop on SPY. Break-even, 473.77. I don't want to get cute with this market because it is starting to potentially show more weakness.
Lowercase h, we're going lower, boys. I feel like,
Where do you see a lowercase h? Yeah. Wondering too.
I'm on a 2-minute time frame.
That's why.
But it is clear as the morning sun.
That morning sun's finally popping over the hill for me. Not fucking pitch black anymore. Coffee.
Dollars still trending. The dollar's at the highs of the sessions, now up 0.39%. Expect this market to continue down with this dollar.
Oh, God. Buyers trying to step in, but they're just getting shellacked.
One standout stock. So we got stopped out there on that wick down. One standout stock that's actually holding up really well is this NRSN. NRSN, because it's a low volume micro cap. But look at this chart, clearing this EMA 113, it looks like today, and we want to break out. We break through this 93 pivot, and we're going to go right to 113, and then even likely test this, getting a beautiful RSI crossover. This one's looking like it wants to squeeze. You've had some decent volume in the last couple trading sessions here.
Like I said, Apple carrying it right now. Lots of bullish flows starting to fly in.
All right, so now there's some more bullish flow hitting the tape. Some more bullish flow is hitting the tape. Bitcoin's losing the 48,000 level right now. It's back below 48,000, and it's selling pretty hard here.
Big bot calls on SPX. Over $1 million, over $2 million.
Oil's still up 2.5%. Nat gas is up 0.5%. Apple's down 1%. Microsoft's still holding green. NVDA went negative. Amazon's still holding green. Tesla's down 3%. AMD's down 1.5%.
Sells with like insider trading, sells are much less indicative than buys. Right. They're giving some more their,
The Russell's still trading near the lows of the session. The Russell is looking vulnerable to going lower. It's had a big technical breakdown on the intraday 10-minute chart, potentially a big technical breakdown on the hourly chart.
See if they've lifted CBC bullish here. I'm trying to. Got to close over the high of the previous 5-minute candle.
Dollar's now softening just a little bit.
coming back up to retest the cloud. 2-minute here.
All right, guys, I'm going to go long Alibaba. 71.82 entry, 71.82.
Bitcoin got smacked right about
71.82, long Baba. All right, so you're seeing a little bit of a bounce coming into the markets.
Bitcoin's feeling a bit peckish.
NVIDIA flipped back to green. Mara, which just briefly went negative.
Microsoft tried to reclaim yesterday's high, holding up 200.
So we've already closed several winners on the session today. Whoops. Big rally in the S&P. Bitcoin's still coming down, guys. Bitcoin is still coming down. Coin is down 2.5%. Come on, Baba, squeeze.
We're at that dark pool level, 474.88.
Yeah, my candle flipped.
Technically, it's a short zone on the S&P right now.
That is a bullish candle on the 5.
Yeah, that was nice. Got to reclaim 475 though. So we are in a bear zone here.
What the fuck is that?
The boat. I just watered the ropes yesterday too. Shit's freaking still.
It's better to have a creaky boat than a leaky boat, from what I understand.
Big bounce in the S&P. SPY is tapping pre-market low. I'm going to potentially short SPY. Just waiting for a little bit more of a signal.
Trading's been absolutely insane.
No worries, you're good, bro. It's crazy,
Isn't it?
Dollar softening, so it actually
yeah, CPI
is going to help this market.
Yeah, PPI.
A lot of good opportunities this morning. You just got to be, Jack be nimble, Jack be quick.
Yeah.
How's everybody else doing today? Doing today. Today was a bad day.
No, it's not even bad. Stop it.
I know it is. It's early. It's
early. Exactly.
All sectors are negative except for communications.
But I've lived a few times.
But Meta is weakening quite substantially here at the highs. All right, I'm going to take a short on Microsoft, 385.37. 385. Again, we should have a trend day to the downside today based off of that high pivot reversal.
And Q's, we had a little pivot down there, Joy.
So we're long BABA, short Microsoft. We've already closed 4 winners today on the session, 4 for 4. We're in a 5th and 6th trade. Flat on BABA, slightly green on Microsoft. Nothing to sneeze about though.
We're rallying up to some resistance. The biggies right into little resistance now. See if we can get above 540, 530. Little resistance. I sold something long term in the video this morning. Just got a little ahead of itself. Still great stuff.
Tesla still the weakest mega cap on the session.
So I haven't been mad that I'm missing out on like the options plays. You know, even some of the long-term plays when they have, yeah, you got to take profits at some point once it gets back into the level. Yeah. We're all starting to lose a little volume now. Bonds are rallying a little. Tesla lost like all support here, Joe. I know, that poor thing. Fuck. My baby.
Or
She's like, gotta bounce, or else we're making a little bit low on the daily. And that's not good. The monthly is 224.88. I have a monthly level on that. Gotcha.
All indices are still negative. NVIDIA green, Microsoft green, Tesla down, AMD down, Bitcoin's up 2.5%, but pulled in from the highs. Coin went negative. Mara slightly positive on the session. Amazon, Google still holding up. Meta weak. BABA slightly green. Maybe see some profits being stripped out of the U.S. North America markets and pumped into the China markets. We might be seeing a small glimpse of that with my members, and this one's flying. If we break this high pivot, you're going to see this baby squeeze. You will see it squeeze. Flag structure. Let's flip back to see what the S&P is doing.
What was the orb? Like, what's the bottom of the orb? Orb low is 475.75. I mean, that's if you're doing it off of a 30-minute candle specifically.
SPY is still under pre-market low.
Like, what was the total morning range? Like, the whole range, technically, like, this is orb low. Yesterday's low. It just depends on how you look at it. I was doing from a 30-minute candle, though.
yeah, I've been playing around like for paper, for example. He does a super short time frame, you know, for his that he trades off of. Yeah. I think for me, 10 minutes is kind of, you know, good one.
Yeah.
Based on the way I trade, though, I mean, it's gonna be different for everyone.
LLY, new high a day for those who have the 640 call springs.
Excuse me. So we've already taken profits on 4 trades. We're in a 5th trade right now. Sorry, we're in another 2 trades. We have a long on Alibaba. So we have a long on BABA. This is our 5th trade that we've taken. Our 6th trade is a short on Mr. Softy, Microsoft. So we're flat on Microsoft. We are up on BABA. Let me just retype this in. My keys are sticky today on my keyboard, which I do not like. Potential inverse head and shoulders on Microsoft. We got to watch that closely.
Starting to feel like potential rejection here at 470.
I think we're about to see some rejection here. We are looking like rejection is coming into play.
Flag, but I don't know. See a lot of red on the table. Yeah, here it goes.
That GDRX is breaking, guys. That GDRX is breaking.
NQ's just pulled back from the trend trade also.
Yeah, Apple's starting to sell off again a little bit.
The NQ's exactly hit the 90 MA at 16,990.
All right, SPY being a big push here.
See if we can get back above that.
Big push on the SPY.
Those lower 475s is the pre-market low as well. So
Microsoft's pushing up.
75.50, couple of resistance levels. Love to see us get above. We got that gas futures coming out in 1 minute. So we watch BOIL and KOLB.
We do have natural gas futures coming out here. So let's just flip to the natural gas chart.
So I added those
The inventories are
Yeah, I've never traded it before, but I'm just kind of watching it for now.
We had a good swing at the KOL.
So, 120, 140 natural gas.
Natural gas grab 140.
Natural gas futures up more than 2% now.
so nat gas is getting a spike off of that. Yeah, I still think we actually are at resistance here, and we should trend a little bit lower here. I do believe that, but no trade right now.
475 is a big spot to get back above. Because that'll get us out of the bear zone if we can get back over this.
So it looks like we're finding some rejection here on nat gas. We're trying to regain some footing here in the market. The dollar has big push coming into Microsoft. SPY getting a really big push here off of the 10-minute EMA 113. So that's a very strong positive for the market right now. Still inside of this hard red bar candle. You can see we're right at this pivot. I'm actually looking to short the S&P here. I'm going to go short 475.40. 475.40 short the S&P. 475.40.
Figure SGBI shares are continuing to see heavy activity, new highs, changing fall Bravo India. On New York Post report, Diamond Sports, debt extension.
Yeah, it's in the moment earlier for the first cover get downside on the spot, but 475.5 is a bit rejecting or flip that to resistance.
I can't hear a word you're saying. You're like cutting out a lot.
Very brittle to me.
So we've had a pretty big bounce in the indices here.
Now you sound like, I don't know if anybody else is hearing the same, but to me,
NVDA is starting to curl over again. Potentially some more weakness in Bitcoin. Nice rejection off of that short entry, guys. Beautiful fucking rejection, man. Come on. Still holding a Alibaba long, Microsoft short, SPY short. So another 3 positions. We've already banked 4 winners today. NVIDIA is still positive, Apple's negative. All indices are red on the session.
So it looks like BTC had 1.7 billion inflows in its first 30-minute candle.
It's an NQ short here, risking 5-minute CBC, 5-minute 20 EMA area within the EMAs. See if we can reject. I like that thesis, Jordan.
Yeah, I grabbed SPY puts here. Grab the 474s.
grab these notes.
Oh.
Do I still sound like shit?
No, you sound better now.
I said short spot.
Yeah, that's what I did.
The 475.35 level from earlier, that was the target downside. It just flipped it from support to resistance right there. So good risk to reward for the flips.
I'm scaling small amount, 20 a call.
30-point gain. If you short, I covered half. It's $600 per contract. Thank you, Jordan.
Well, thank you, Maple, fucking confirming for me. I was a little degen and tried the longs early this morning, and hey, I still caught $10 a con on some of them, so take it. Great place to scale, 25, 26 a con.
All right, guys. I'm going to put I'm going to cover half the position here, 474.45, and I'm going to put a break-even stop at this red bar high. So we just covered half. Sorry, and I'm going to put an in-the-money stop right at this 474.85. So we took profits right there on that half. Still holding a Microsoft short, which we're in the money. I'm going to let that ride. BABA, we're slightly down, but the SPY and the Microsoft short are insulating us.
I am watching for a higher low in case they try it, but
That was a nice dollar drop. And like,
you basically tested the 15-minute 9. Only thing that concerns me here is we're holding the 15-minute 200 EMA at 474.
Oil's climbing now, chart support, but I'm going to go long XOM here at 99. I believe we could actually get to $100 today.
So I want to see that hold.
dark pull level 474.80.
So we're long BABA, long XOM, short Microsoft. So a few more positions on the docket for us. US dollars coming down just a little bit. All right, we just got stopped out on the second half in the money on the SPY. We did get stopped out on the second half of the SPY short. Okay, so nice little trade there for us. Just going to remove these trend lines now. BABA, we're back in the money. Microsoft, we're basically flat.
Cons are break even here. We took some decent scales though. They're gonna have to flip CBC bullish for me to out though.
Come on, XOM. Get your big butt up there.
Somebody just flush a toilet. I said, can somebody just flush a toilet?
It's possible. Sharky here? Yeah, no.
All right, guys, I'll be right back. All right, everybody, I'm back here in the swing of things. So we've actually had the yields go negative. Dollar has completely fallen from the highs here. It's still up 0.16%. SPY negative, Q's negative, IWM negative. The Q's are the best performing indice as of now. You do have all sectors red except for energy, XLE. Obviously, oil's up over 3% now. NVIDIA is looking like a bear flag, lowercase h pattern on the 1 minute chart. I'm going to take a high risk play. 542 put, 0 D, 542 put, 0 DTE on NVIDIA. So we're looking at a move to come down to 542. I could actually even see this coming lower than 542 today.
Oh my gosh. Bro, I gotta get one of these ropes again. Jeez.
So we're short Microsoft, we're long BABA, we're long XOM, and we have a put on NVIDIA. This is that. Yes, look at NVIDIA fall. Let's go. Come on, baby.
Let's see how it interacts with 479. If it just breaks through that.
Come on, NVIDIA. Give it up.
A few more red candles coming in today.
Bitcoin only up 0.76%. Bitcoin to our BITI at 11:14 today and 11:23. I sent out the buy signal to my members today to buy and add to BITI at 11:14 and 11:23 respectively. Look at that. We picked the near term low there on BITI, which is a short on Bitcoin. So you obviously know. And just like that, our NVIDIA put went in the money. Our 543 is in the money. I'm going to hold it a little bit longer here. It's prudent to take profits when 0 DTEs give you that. But look at this epic rejection on Bitcoin. This is what we want to see. This is absolutely sublime. A beautiful rejection into that resistance zone that we discussed for multiple trading sessions. So this is excellent. And what's interesting is you're now having NVIDIA also break down with crypto. So NVIDIA is back to the negative side. NVIDIA is back to the negative side. Now it's gone flip back to the positive side. So a lot of fighting here between the bulls, the bears. Who is going to prevail here? That is the big question. Again, I still have a SPY channel that I do believe we trade back into. I have a S&P 500 channel that I do think we get back into. Hi, what shall I buy? Honestly, Slick, I don't give any recommendations here. Everything is not financial advice, but I am long XOM, I'm long BABA, and I've got a put on NVIDIA and a short on Microsoft.
Yeah, I don't like this short anymore myself.
It's a higher low.
It's a higher low on the S&P. It is a higher low on the S&P. Come on, NVIDIA, give it up. I want this 542 put in the money.
Right at 475 on SPY. I don't know unless.
I want to see Bitcoin go negative on the session. That would be absolutely beautiful.
Trying to break above pre-market low. Not quite able to do it so far. But not breaking.
Come on, NVIDIA, get to 542. We need that 0 DTE to pay us. Bitcoin's still selling off here. How's gold doing today? Let's just take a quick peek. Gold's up 0.32%. Yields are falling now a little bit more. The 2-year yield is still falling more than the 10-year. That's very important to understand. Very important. A lot of red in the screen here. A lot of red on the screen. Some strength in Netflix. Some strength in LI Auto. Some strength in Vertex Pharmaceuticals, O'Reilly, Valero. Lithium has some strength. but mostly red. Adobe slightly green. DocuSign slightly green. I'm just running through my list here of some massive stocks, and I'm seeing a lot of red. A lot of red on the tape. Starbucks down. AMC down. Nike's showing some strength today. Micron, MU, is showing some near-term strength. Still holding a long on Alibaba. Bitcoin's testing 47,000. It's holding as of now, but definitely running into some resistance here. Still holding a Microsoft short. Still holding this NVIDIA 0DTE put. You know, I had yesterday, I put up some 2 targets on the screen. Target 1 actually did get achieved today on that sell-off. Target 2 down here, I was one day, my timing was a little off, but I still have a target 2 that could be achieved today. If our 0DTE put goes all the way down to here, I mean, whoo-wee, we're probably talking over 1,000% gain on the trade. NVIDIA would have to fall another 1.5%. Let's see what we can get here. Let's absolutely see what we can get here. This is a big support level that we've tested once, tested twice, and bounced. You have a massive gap all the way down here at 531. I think NVIDIA gets down there today, guys. Not 531, but target 2 around 533. I think we could see NVIDIA get down there. Tesla's still looking weak. Microsoft's running into some sell-side pressure now. Now you have Bitcoin losing 47,000. Let's get ready here. Come on, baby. Give it up. Give it up. So our pairs trades are working here. We're already now, we have 6 trades on. We've closed 4 winners. Our 5th trade is in the money here on the 0DT put. Sorry, we have 7 trades. Our Baba Long is in the money. Our Microsoft short is in the money. Our NVIDIA put just went in the money here. 0DTE just went in the money. It's prudent to secure, but I'm going to be greedy since we've already banked huge on this session. I am going to be greedy and still ride this trade. Let's see what the S&P is doing here. The S&P potentially flailing and breaking down some more here. NVIDIA's dumping. Yes, let's go. We're nowhere near oversold on the RSI. We are nowhere near oversold. Look at this put on NVIDIA. We are absolutely printing here on NVIDIA, guys. We are absolutely printing. Again, my members took on a couple new trades today. We banked on a few. We lost on one swing, but we are printing absolutely. Our input is in the money by over $1. Look at this. Yes. Yes. Let's go. Come on, baby. Fall, NVIDIA. Fall. I want more. I want more. I want to lose this level here. Dollar's trying to creep up. Still holding a long on Baba in the money. A short on Microsoft in the money by about $1 now. Our put is up huge on NVIDIA, but I still see this target 2 being hit. Target 1 was satisfied on this dump, but target 2 should hit today. Come on, baby. Bitcoin getting trounced. Bitcoin looking to go negative on the session. Can you believe that? Bitcoin looking to go negative on the session. Come on, NVIDIA. Come on, NVIDIA. Give it up a little more. Microsoft coming down. This is sticky today. I apologize about the typing, but we are fucking banking. I just covered Microsoft at 384.40. 384.40. I just covered Microsoft on this initial 3-bar surge at 384.40. Again, I took profits on my Microsoft trade right there. Boom. Basically $1 per share on the trade. Thank you very much. We are laughing to the bank. I actually think Microsoft gets down to gap fill. You're putting in lower highs. The trend is clear. It's down. Still holding a BABA long. Let's look at our NVIDIA put here. NVDA continuing to see some sell side pressure. We just need a little bit more. And then I will look to take some profits. We're already deep in the money on that put. It is trying to bounce here just ever so slightly. But I do think this bounce is short-lived with the sell side pressure that we're in the market. And if the dollar starts to creep up a little bit more, that's when we know that this market's going to continue its downward ascent. The trend is clear today. Lower highs, lower lows. It's a tough one to fight, guys. It's a tough one to fight today because the trend is clear. Doesn't mean we can't make money in this market, but it's just showing that the trend is down. Come on, NVIDIA. Give me one more dump. One more dump on NVIDIA, and we will look to exit this put. Come on, NVIDIA. Give me one more good dump. Come on. All right, Qs are coming down. The dump should be coming here on NVIDIA. The dump should be coming. Microsoft, big red candle down.
I'm just going to let this one run according to candle by candle, but since it's split, buyer's still maintaining this. Seller's still maintaining this.
So now you have a tremendous amount of weakness creeping into Google, Meta, Amazon, Microsoft. Microsoft's about to go negative on the session. Come on, baby. Come on. Give it up. We're flat on BABA. We're basically flat on XOM. Come on, NVIDIA. One more big dump.
Where do I get one of those? Here's that 474 big structure. Is this going to be a lowercase h or a W?
I'd like a little bounce here.
Still think there's going to be one more flush on NVIDIA here. Come on, NVIDIA. Microsoft's coming down some more. So is Apple. So is Tesla. Bitcoin's catching a little bit of a bid here. Oil's up 3.2%, breaking an hourly chart resistance level, potentially breaking and testing this little bit of an inverse head and shoulders. It's looking more and more likely each day that oil is putting an inverse head and shoulders. What does that mean? That means that inflation is going to run rampant. It means yields are probably going to continue higher. It means the dollar's probably going to march higher, and equities are going to probably sell off here. Qs are seeing some hard downward pressure at the moment.
Maybe the Europeans are the ones holding it up right now. You never know.
Some small buyers trying to step in here into the market. We're still holding an NVIDIA put, a BABA long. We've closed 5 winning trades today. Our NVIDIA 0DT did go in the money. It's probably wise to take profits here being in the money, but you know what? I'm going to be greedy today. It might serve me wrong, but I am going to be greedy. Why? Bitcoin just went negative. Boom. Sell the news event is looking extremely likely, guys. A sell the news event is looking extremely likely. Hey there, Naresh Gupta. Sorry I haven't seen your post there. I'm just so entrenched in this market. Range-bound DXY is still strong. Yes, it's very strong. I do anticipate the DXY to actually break this range. It's putting in a bull flag consolidation on the 10, 20, and hourly chart setup. 102.63. I expect us to test 102.90 today on the DXY. What would that do to? Just be careful about this S&P 500 because I said with this high pivot breakout and then reversal, there was a downside move that I calculated. And again, I was looking at this main trend. I said, okay, the downside move is likely going to be somewhere between 473 and 470. It's a big downward range, but I do think we could actually even get back inside this range, this little parallel channel. So I would encourage people to draw this pivot from your January 9th high, your January 9th low, a little bit of a breakout retest. We're going to retest this area today, 471. I do believe that firmly. It's shaping up to be that way. Now, markets do obviously have a lot of buyers stepping in. You hit this EMA 113 on the 10-minute charts once, got a big bounce. Now you're hitting it again. Odds are the bounce is not going to be as strong because the bounce that the buyers that bought in this bounce are already selling now. And you can see we're starting to break down a little bit more. But we are holding some technical support, but I do anticipate a move down into this range here, at least to 472, maybe even lower today. So be careful because we are putting in lower highs. The trend is clear. You potentially have a higher low on the SPY, but still a lot of weakness in the tape, guys. A lot of weakness in the tape to monitor here. You have all indices down across the board. The Russell 2000 is getting hit the most. Still holding long BABA, long XOM. Oil's up 3.34%. Meta is now coming in a little bit harder as we speak.
See though, Apple's one of those names that likes to show that weak grind and then pop hard. So God, I look like such a little hood rat on the face cam. My hat, my hoodie on. Yeah, here's this little bounce. Yeah.
I don't think I can hear him not well.
Good. You're well.
And,
Casey's such a loser.
I'll jump out and try to come back in.
He said he loves you, Casey.
I'm sure he said the opposite of that.
Yeah.
I can't hear that motherfucker, but I know he's like, don't bring it back up.
Yeah.
Yeah, that guy needs insurance.
Fuck you, Will. I'm coming back. You hear me? Love you, bye. I feel the love in here.
Yeah, right. Casey, let's see.
All right, so markets are trying to firm up here a little bit. SPY still weak. Dixie's still strong here. SPY loses this pivot. Expect a hard move down to 472, 471.90. That's my expectations. I'm still holding my NVDA put. Microsoft, new low of day on Microsoft. That one's getting absolutely demolished. It's about to go negative. So now, on the trading session, you have every single mega cap negative except for Amazon. Apple down, Microsoft slightly green, Amazon up 0.7. Amazon's the best performing. Google just went negative 0.11%. Nvidia's down 0.24%. Tesla's down 2.8. Meta's down 1.3. Weakness in healthcare, UNH. Every sector is red except for energy. Berkshire Hathaway down. Walmart down. Procter down. JP Morgan down. XOM strong. Visa, MasterCard down. Home Depot, Berkshire Hathaway, Bank of America, Pfizer, all down. AbbVie, Coca-Cola, Costco, ASML, Pepsi, all down. Netflix is strong, up 2.5%. So very interesting tape here on the session. Very, very interesting tape, in my opinion. Gold is holding up slightly positive, but if the dollar strengthens anymore, it will push gold to the negative side. The dollar has a tendency, once it starts to run, it's a freight train.
Or as we call it, time. Very British show.
If I just open my screens. Oh shit, I guess I didn't touch my mouse.
Wow.
They went to sleep.
You went to sleep?
Screens went night night.
Bro, it's 5 out of night. Come on.
We couldn't get above any of the trend lines in the spiders, son.
I'm holding.
That was 75.50.
I want $100 You pissed me off with that this morning, bro, because I struggle to get a hundo off one DTE. I'm like, fuck, this kid just walked in.
This is the reason why I got away from trading zero DTEs, because I realized on certain setups with you can buy a little bit of time and still get really, really good returns and moves out.
It's true. That's why I like the 1 days, even though I keep freaking getting the 0 days like a moron.
All right, we're seeing still holding my NVDA put, still holding my BABA long. I haven't done so yet. There's a chance we can come down to gap fill. Still holding my NVIDIA put. We're in the money on that trade. Markets are still coming down here.
Let's go Microsoft, send it to the ground.
All right, so here's just that potential double bottom. Stay low.
Excuse me. All right, guys, I'm going to add to BABA here. 71.60, it's your pre-market level here. 71.60, I just added to BABA. That's a second entry on the long side.
I'm sorry, I was a little slow on that.
Where is he today?
He was out late last night.
I have a real level in the NQs at 16.797.
Brings the average on BABA to 71.69. 71.69. Let's check out our XOM. Still holding that. We're basically just down 5 pennies on the session. Oil still up 3.25. I expect this one to break out here. You know, if once we test this little bit of a trend line resistance, once we break out of this trend line, it's going to be a very powerful wedge pattern break. I do expect us to break out. Let's check out back on NVIDIA here.
Well, we've got shitty weather, I'll tell you that. It's freaking 65 degrees here.
It's not nice right now.
Like a little bit of a, I guess, a quiz or a test from my brokerage to make sure I understand the risks. Options are super, super risky. So it's never a good sign to start buying options unless you're, A, willing to risk the capital that you're putting at stake. And B, if you don't understand the options market, it's a very dangerous game. Most people lose in the options market. The biggest thing I can tell you about options is time. Time is your best friend, but it can also be your worst enemy. All right, so NVIDIA is coming down. I still want another flush. Target 1 was achieved off of this big sell-off. Target 2, I still think is likely. We could see target 2.
Shopping around and then a breakout. Like I would call it like day wasn't a trend.
Yeah, I feel you. I mean, 90%, 95% of it.
Nope.
I feel like yesterday was more of a trend day than the day before, though. The day before was really just a big side day. It does depend on how you look at it, though.
I remember one of the days he tried to argue that the trend day was sideways. It's trending sideways.
Yeah. I don't know.
I don't remember if that was yesterday or the day before.
Yeah, it really just, it depends on how you're looking at it, too. Like, if you're looking at the daily, yesterday was a trend day. Day before that was a trend day. I mean, the day before that was an inside day doji. Well, not really doji. We had some good price action, but like intraday, you look at the day before yesterday and you're like, oh, that was a trend for sure. You know?
They're trying to bounce it right here.
All right, the S&P is trying to get a small little bounce. On the S&P, a small little bounce is trying to occur on the holding long XOM, long BABA, put on NVIDIA. We've closed already 5 winners. This is our 8th trade. Anybody that doesn't believe me, you can check out my Predictogram, third party that tracks all my trades. Well, not all my trades, some of them. Trades and predictions. Today, we have had a stellar day. I've made so far 28 predictions, and I'm batting 97% accuracy. 28 predictions, 97% accuracy. Still have a few pending. So we're up nicely today. I still think there's a shot. SPY can get to 472. Look at this book. Sorry. But we took my members and I above 148. We took a 0DTE 145 put. And look, this is a massive gain. Bitcoin going negative again, losing that 47,000 area.
What time is the 30 Emperor Dorset 30-year auction at 1? I think it's probably 1 o'clock. Yeah. You are correct, Sharky Poo. 1 EST. Or ETT, what are we at right now? I don't know.
Long. Come on, baby. We just need XOM to... Our AMD 145 put is about to go in the money for us. NVDA, our 0DT 542 put is in the money, huge by $1.50. This is massive gains. Massive gains.
Doesn't mean we're going up. I'm just calling out that some big bullish flow is starting to come in, but it's for a month to 2 months out.
Come on, NVIDIA. Keep dumping. Keep dumping. Dollars putting in bullish consolidation. Bitcoin still falling. Bitcoin's almost down 1% on the session. Look at that epic reversal. This is why NVIDIA is selling off, because Bitcoin's reversing. That was our thesis. Once Bitcoin tops, NVIDIA is going to get absolutely slaughtered. And it's looking like that right now. Holy mackerel. What a trade. What a trade.
Yeah, I mean, the thing that helps me out the most, like day trading, especially large moves, like when this is selling off so much, like when it was like 9.
All right, guys, I just secured my NVIDIA put. I closed it here at 539.60, 539.61, sorry, 539.61. I just closed that 0DTE put. Thank you very much. Massive, massive gain. 539.61. Huge win on that 0DTE on our BABA long and our XOM long. XOM were in the money. Bitcoin's still selling off here.
So I was taking a chance there, right? Look at how it turned out. I got stopped out of the rest of this race. So
Oh, for sure. Like
waiting for that bounce there, waiting for that retracement was perfect. And as soon as I saw us retrace, we almost hit or low. We were like a few cents off, but we started to reject. I was like, yep, like I hear Maple talk about it all the time. This is what experienced traders are thinking about. Let's think that way, right? So,
yeah, even me, like I got a little nervous too. Like I sold my SPX for 400 a con on the runners. Yeah. I ended up going to $20. So I feel super dumb because that was like $400 versus $1,800. I know trading SPX, I'm never going to get the top.
Yeah.
But I had to leave a little sticky note to at least leave 1 to 2 contracts to run.
absolutely.
So markets are getting a little bit of a bounce here, holding that higher low status on the SPY. I still think it will break. Bitcoin's selling off so hard here, guys. Bitcoin is just getting absolutely demolished here on the daily's chart session. This is a sublime, sublime trade.
All this, and the VIX is still under 13. It's crazy to me.
Whoops, sorry. I thought I had Bitcoin. Whoa, my keys are getting 46,000 on the charts. Bitcoin is now testing 46,000 on the charts. BABA were flat, XOM were down slightly. Oil is still up 3.1% on the session.
these buyers right here on SPY going to give up or what?
Wow, our AMD put just forming at the highs of the session. So what does that mean? That likely means we could see more downside in the crypto market. If this engulfs this previous candle, that's going to be epic. But huge resistance being tagged in the Bitcoin price action here. So wonderful trades if you've been able to bank. Look at the breakdown in the SPY. Holy snap. What a move down. What a move down, guys. What a move down. All mega caps except for Amazon are negative, and Amazon's about to go negative. Look at the sell side pressure. This is shaping up to be just like what happened in 2022. Inflation could be starting to uptick. New low of day. Continuation to the downside. The trend is clear today, guys. The trend is clear. Don't step in front of this freight train. I think the only viable levels really once we tap that 472 area, I will go long the S&P. Until further notice, I am sticking with what I have on deck. BABA, we're basically down slightly. AMD's just getting demolished here. The one stock so definitely good to see that that's holding up steady.
SPY is back to retest the system 50. If I held, I'd be green. We could see.
Wow, what a drop.
Let's go, Jordan. I know Jordan's paid right now. What a day, man.
Oh, it's just getting started now.
Let's go, babes.
Look at this decline coming in to the market. Wow.
Jordan, I'm short Apple, IWM, Microsoft.
Everything. Bitcoin's testing 46,000. It's about to lose it. Bloodbath. It is a bloodbath.
Right at 11:05, and then I shorted IWM about 15 minutes ago while it was holding right there below the 9 small bear flag, and now it's hitting full target.
Look at Bitcoin go. Wow, what a sell-off in Bitcoin. Truly amazing. That's what you call a typical buy the rumor, sell the news. Buy the rumor, sell the frickin' news. Now, Bitcoin will have some daily chart support at 45. I'm watching it flush there. I do have a buyable level on the QQQ, but it's lower. I do have a buyable level on the Russell 2000, but it is also lower. But we are seeing some devastation across many markets here. All sectors red except for energy. The Russell's coming into some chart support at 191.26. Still holding long BABA, long XOM, SPY. It is still just selling off here.
Golly, everything I'm looking at is like, if SPY can't put its foot in the ground right around 472.50, we're going down to the
40% on Microsoft.
Hey, Liquid Fire Killer. Yeah, it's been a killer day. What's your predictogram handle? I've been checking that out too. My predictogram handle is, just give me 1 second. I should know it. It's just trading target, guys. That's the channel where we're going to buy. 472, I gave you that target a while ago. I'm going to look to buy the S&P at that 472 area. I'm just going to draw in some pivots across here just to see the support zones. So these are our support pivots down here that we can trade against. And I just want to go to the hourly chart of the SPY. That's a nasty candle. And we're going to throw on a Fibonacci from this low all the way to the high. And we're just going to see what levels we're coming up into here. So you can see we blasted through the 382. We're approaching that 472 50% retrace. So that should be some decent chart support, but it could even slice through that, believe it or not. The market could slice through that. I mean, I have that EMA 113 on the hourly. That should be very solid support. It matches up with the 618. So aggressive traders can buy the first 50% retrace, which is sitting at this 472 area, 27. Conservative traders will wait to the fib zone. I'm still undecided yet. I may buy the first level because we are starting to get a little bit of a oversold condition. Let me see the 10-minute RSOM long. So 30 predictions done today on my predictogram, and we are up 97% on the session. Absolute killer day for us. Absolute killer day. Oil still up over 3.18% on the session. That NRSN is starting to break out, guys. NRSN is seeing some heavier volume coming into the tape. NRSN Therapeutics is seeing some heavier volume come into the tape. We're still only trading 363,000 shares on the session, which is super light volume for day trading, but it is starting to see some buyers stepping into the tape. BABA, we're in the money. XOM, we're slightly down by about 9 cents on the trade, but again, I do anticipate energy to gain some momentum, specifically since oil is so strong right now.
I think my day would have ended right.
Let me go check my SPY puts. The ones that I bought for 89 just hit 238.
Oh no, I'm talking about the trade that I just sold like 3 minutes ago. Or whatever it was. I've been off today, so I didn't want anybody making decisions based off of my
I just got in too. Microsoft's gonna be the big winner today.
Oh, paper. Hello.
Hello.
So a bounce coming in NVIDIA and the semiconductors. You still have weakness in Microsoft now and Apple. A lot of red still on the screen. Tons and tons of red still on the screen. Even the strength in like Eli Lilly is starting to weaken. Bitcoin's now down 1% on the session. Let's see how ETH is doing. ETH has got a nice daily topping tail. ETH is still holding some positive gains. Coinbase getting absolutely demolished. Coinbase hit a high of 161, and now it's trading at 141. That's a $20 swing on coin. Like, holy frick. What an absolute slaughter fest. Grab some NRSN. Nice job, Liquid Fire. Just remember, it's a super risky stock. It's a therapeutic name. Position size accordingly. It's not something where you should throw and YOLO your whole portfolio in. I have a small amount in there, roughly a small amount, but it is looking poised. I mean, you want to see your stocks, your long stocks, performing well in a weak market, and we're already up over more than 10 favorite chart setups. And if the volume was a little bit more, I would even be absolutely more in love with it. But this daily chart is looking poised. I mean, we cleared this pivot, guys, and there's no resistance up until gap fill. I repeat, this is shaping up to be one of my favorite setups. NRSN. And I mean, once you get this heavy volume like that we did here in these candles where you start trading over 1 million shares, that's when it's going to start hitting the volume scanners across the board. And then traders are going to get notified, hey, momentum squeeze. And you know what? We could even squeeze higher than this play up here. You know, it's starting to move really, really nicely. The big level is just this pivot, which we're trading into right now. And again, I love seeing that it's up on the session 5.9% and the market is getting trounced. I love seeing that relative strength play.
So salty, George. I know. Worst timing ever, Sharky. It's okay. We'll give an opportunity. It was the worst for me too this morning. I was like doing it as the open is opening, and you know I open like I'm posting my hedge pressure to Discord. I post my hedge pressure to Twitter, and I'm like doing all this shit while trying to post that. Craziness. I think we can get a reasonable bounce soon here.
BABA's starting to uptick here, guys. BABA is starting to uptick.
Normally, I would think it's kind of a short area, but it's too obvious. This is the kind of time that they run this obvious short. They run it up. I got
So that's the concerning aspect.
Still under the 15-minute 9, so if you're extra risky, you could hold, but I'm taking it out on the CBC flip, and I'm probably done for the day.
XOM. We've closed 100% winners today in our trades, and I'm hoping to keep that record. The only thing that's going against us right now is XOM. Look at this NRSN, guys. It's clearing that major pivot zone. It's watching that 93-cent break. Look at this NR, but it's starting to move up here. We're getting a nice clearing of that massive pivot that I was looking at. BABA, we're in the money nicely, over 20 cents. I'm going to put a break-even stop on BABA at 71.69. Look at this NRSN. We're clearing this pivot here, this 93-cent pivot. I'm actually just going to put in a trend line across here. Come on, baby. We're clearing this pivot, guys. That's a bull signal. That is a bull signal if you believe it. That is an absolute bull signal. Come on, baby. Now what we're looking for is an hourly chart close above this 93-cent level. An hourly chart close, which we get in 1 minute and 30 seconds, should send a buyer signal to many market participants. Whoever's watching this is going to get a buy signal. Oil's still up 3.2%. Nat gas is even firming up now. Come on, squeeze, NRSN.
Paper looks like the bond market priced in the hot number.
Well, yeah, we're talking about that with those.
We have two massive gaps to the upside on NRSN. Two massive gaps up around 113 and 148. I expect both to be filled, especially if we get a positive daily close above that. Now batting 31 predictions on Predictogram today with a 98% accuracy. 98 amount of weakness in this market.
I know you've been waiting. 470 is big long time. Because I love you long time.
Well, maybe my condors work out.
Yeah. Right.
I mean, it's weird though looking across the board. So I mean, we have the bond auction a little bit, but like SPY, NQs look like absolute death, but then I scroll around looking at other things and doesn't look bad or hasn't broken down like at all. Like okay, Amazon, like barely a blip on the radar.
XOM is starting to push up, guys. That's good to see. Still riding this BABA. We clear this BABA zone here, 71.90-ish area, and we're going to go up to 72.18. Come on, BABA, firm up, firm up. We're almost flat on our XOM trade.
But those are just I am all out of Apple.
Yeah, I'm looking at like, okay, tag all-time high, and then just like back and it looks like it could just be a back and fill.
Amazon's about to go negative on the session. I do believe we will have all mega caps go negative, which means that markets should see some more downside. All right, we're now flat on our XOM trade. Bitcoin still losing 46,000. It's now down 1.67%. Wow! What an epic trading session. Come on, NRSN. We want to see more. Let's go, BABA. Again, what's interesting is China stocks are, or at least Alibaba's positive in a weak tape. All right, XOM is starting to push up now, guys. XOM is starting to push up.
Sounds like it was looking like it was going to hold. Wanted to accept over 200. Not quite. Q's coming up.
Where we at?
Right under daily range, sitting on the 20 SMA. Amazon back up to, so like Amazon's another like perfect example. But I'm just coming into the market right now. Did not trade all morning. Like rally all the way back up to the highs. Hasn't really pulled back. 153.50 is that support.
Paper, are you short?
I mean, it looks short for right now, but I haven't really. I mean, I'm just stuff that hasn't made the full average range of their daily volume. I'm looking at there's a 132.50 put on Amazon for 80.
The dollar's starting to creep up a little bit more, guys, so pay close attention. The dollar is starting to creep up a little bit more. All sectors red again, except for energy. Mahara down 15%. It was up 13% on the session, and now it's down 15%. That is a 28% swing. Jesus, Murphy. To our Mara short at 28.22 with members today, and it's all the way down at 21.80 now. What a candle.
Nice downtrend, right? Cranky must have made a fortune today, Shorty.
I don't think he was trading.
Yeah, really good morning, Shorty, David.
Good.
This was the moment for it.
It certainly was.
Looks like this pop is getting shorted as well.
I have a level I'm waiting for in the Qs. I don't know if we get there or not, but 403.70. I think I'd be an aggressive buyer in the NQs. That's down $1.
Our members just covered our Mara short for a 19.42% gain. What an epic, epic trade. I gave the signal earlier to short at 28.22.
Everybody, you must have made a fortune today.
Well, you know what? I was trading the MNQ early. I put on 5 short, and I took it off down 130 points.
Up on our XOM, up on our BABA. BABA's creeping up nicely here. BABA is just creeping up nicely, clearing that 71.90 zone. That's a big technical resistance.
Yeah, I'm running around, so I couldn't really pay attention too close. I just saw it traded into that supply zone this morning after the opening. I'm like, this is it. This is the opportunity. And I had a quick stop. Like, it was a lower high from the pre-market. And that was it. Boom. Now we'll see. Now we're going to see what they're made of in the next week.
Well, we got numbers again tomorrow, so that could be another big event.
You know, the key is you can't get caught up in the chop, in the whiplash back and forth in the morning. You just got to trade the zones, trade the price. Forget about where they're,
With you.
Those Bitcoin ETFs are off their highs by quite a bit.
Yeah, look at Bitcoin itself. At the smackdown.
Super confusing. I'm like, they're all over the place.
Is there a good one? Does anyone find the best one to trade?
I usually like the one, it's called Bitcoin, and you can buy it on like a Coinbase or Robinhood. Not really sure why I need to buy an ETF, but
if you want a bias response, me, Jordan, and some others are doing some work with one of them hashtags, the DEFI one. So biased, but shout out to them.
True story that I ETHE, like the Ethereum trust, like it, a lot of I don't know. It's pretty clear, like, okay, Bitcoin ETF, buy the rumor, sell the news. What would be next, right? Like a lot of sentiment still into the Ethereum ETF next.
Bitcoin's what a rip. You know what? I'm just gonna stay away. I think it's really a trap to try to bounce this trend right now. It has not officially hit my target level, so we're just gonna stay patient. We're holding our BABA long. We're holding our XOM long. We're in the money on both, so that's okay with me. I'll just hold those steady and just wait it out. I want to see if this market direction breaks down, and a big red candle down on the SPY there. 3-minute bear flag forming potentially here. Looks like another setup to break lower. Still holding BABA. BABA have a break even in the money. An in the money stop at 71.73. So BABA, I've just put a stop loss at 71.73 just to protect the trade. That NRSN moving higher here. New high of day on NRSN. Again, our members have banked tremendously today. Tremendously. We had a coin put that made us over 500%. An AMD put that made us over 400%. We had an NVDA put, 0DT, banked huge. Microsoft short, SPY put. We've closed a Mara short for over 19% gain. It's a swing trade with members. We have a Bitcoin short, massive move.
SPY might want to dump some more here.
Yeah, it's starting to look like it wants that next leg down. Was trying to make a higher low here, but BTC flip back bearish. And here she goes.
Stops.
470, 44, right at high.
Yep. That's what I was looking at too, 470.
Yes, sir.
Alright guys, I am feeling friggin' exhausted here from these profits. Still riding our 2 trades on the long side, XOM and BABA. We're in the money on both, but I am going to just rest my voice here. I do have a conference call later today at 1 o'clock, so I'm just going to rest my voice. I'm still holding these trades. BABA in the money stop, no stop on XOM, and we are seeing oil still continuing to hold above that 3% range. So I'm expecting XOM and the oil stocks to continue to firm up. It looks like a rotation trade out of tech into energy, potentially also out of North American equities into China equities, more so oversold.
How are we doing today, though? How is the market treating you guys?
I made back all the losses from that one Friday.
Let's go. So we just needed the market to go down.
Yep. I guess so.
Jordan, I saw a little YouTube live stream this morning as well. Is it the start of something?
I am live right now, yeah.
Oh!
It crashed
Yeah, the first
earlier.
one crashed, so you missed it. You started up another one.
Yeah, I'm doing it all off my MacBook, so it's like I'm streaming like in 720p. It's not the highest quality stream you'll ever see, but until I'm using OBS.
Oh, just direct to YouTube?
Yeah. But I mean, it's clean.
Oh, I can hear the spaces too. That's very nice.
I know, right?
I saw earlier, and I could definitely tell it was a 6 a.m. guy. Also, follow up. Are we gonna get a boat tour at some point?
Well, that's what I was thinking about doing on the stream today. Is like give a little look-see at what the boat looks like.
No, we gotta hype it up. I feel like a lot of people want to see that boat
Do
tour.
I need a full like posted video on Twitter?
I think so. I think you get the hype up. Just post it to YouTube. You want to see what my boat looks like? Boom. Put an ad at the start of the video saying that you're live streaming on YouTube now too. Subscribe.
Yeah, there we go. Yeah, I'm gonna start doing the streams every morning as long as it doesn't like crash on me. But I'm gonna be investing in an actual setup soon here. Just need someplace to actually put it.
XOM and BABA firming here 81. So we're banking some of the market, and now we're banking on the long side of the market, and it's still a weak tape. So I'm expecting a little bit of a bounce coming soon here in the S&P, and that should even help our XOM and BABA trade further. It should help us out quite substantially.
Well, CBC holding back bearish. Still didn't get. No, I've been waiting for him. I haven't heard him at all this morning. I don't know where they're at.
SPY is still trying to come down though.
It's like you're trading, man.
I do like AMD for a potential long trade. I do like AMD, especially if it makes a new low of day.
I got some messages for the short position on SPY, and then why I was kind of short everything else. I put my chart there at the top of spaces. There was no reason for calls today, in my opinion. Every single thing on my SPY chart was telling me short, rejecting all the key levels, and then signaling on these breaks of these zones all the way down. So
Jump on the Amazon chart real quick, about 30% here.
the only thing I have now is Microsoft. I'm all out of everything else. I wish I had runners, but I do not.
Jordan showing the analytics page.
Our Qs, IWM still coming down. New low of day on the Qs, guys. New low of day on the QQQ. We're still seeing tremendous amount of weakness creeping in. It's Amazon's gone negative. All mega caps have gone negative, just like I said. Just like I said, all mega caps have gone negative. Again, I'm expecting a bounce here in the markets. Still holding BABA and XOM long. We are in the money on both trades. I'm looking at potentially going long AMD or NVDA.
CPI reports they didn't really change anything. Said that we won't get to 2% target this year. Said continue to forecast inflation coming down this year. So we'll see. Maybe this last little bit's going to be sticky. Did I just hear a laugh from someone?
So we have banked exceptionally today. We've closed 6 trade winners. We're still in 2 longs, which are both in the money. So we're trying to bat 8 for 8 winners today. It's not every day you get to go 100% trade success. And it's looking likely. If I closed all positions today, we're batting 100% accuracy. That is stellar performance. We have banked tremendously on several positions with members. Say, look at the squeeze in XOM. Come on, baby. Push higher here. Push higher. All right, guys. I'm going to buy AMD here at 143.89. 143.89. I just got filled. 143.89. Long 89. Let's go. Let's play ball. Baba's still pushing up here, guys. Baba's still pushing up. Come on, AMD. In case we get a little bit of a flush here, AMD next ad level is going to be 143.39, 50 cents lower. 143. Actually, we'll do 143.49, 40 cents lower. It's a 1/4 position. Those are the ad levels on AMD. Keep them on your charts. Look at Baba. This is my favorite little trade setup here.
So, guys, I posted the daily update today. As I said, it was a red day. I explained it a little bit in there.
Look at the squeeze on Baba. I'm moving my stop up on Baba, guys. The whole market is getting a nice bounce here. Baba's starting to squeeze up. Look at this move in XOM, guys. We are banking now. I'm going to put an in-the-money stop protection on XOM. Right at that green bar. Low. So we're banking no matter what. All trade. We're keeping our 100% accuracy here. We're keeping our 100% accuracy. Baba's squeezing, guys. Baba's squeezing. AMD's in the money. Look at AMD go to. Come on, baby. We are friggin' banking. Again, definitely check out my Trading Capital Discord. We took profits on a couple winners today. Massive profits on some 0DT put options. Big profits on MRSN, 24.43%. Huge profit on Mara, 19.42% today. It's been a stellar session today for us. A friggin' stellar session. And we're still printing profits. We're still climbing higher. Apple down 1%. Q's down 0.79%. SPY down 0.73%. Russell down 1.65%. The bounce is looking large and in charge here. All right, guys, I'm about AMD. I just put 144.12. We're protecting the trade. We're in the money nicely. Come on, baby. Keep going. Keep going. Keep going. All right, guys, I'm going to exit AMD here. 144.28. Just sold AMD for a nice little gain. That is a beautiful even. So we are banking 31 cents regardless of the trade. There's a 17-cent buffer there. XOM is starting to squeeze higher here. This is beautiful to see. That NRSN still pushing for new highs of the session. All right, I'm going to move my XOM stop up. Underneath this green bar pivot, 99.24. We're banking more. All right, Baba's starting to come in just a tad. Still holding along with an in-the-money stop.
Pump it up. Order filled. All right, scale the gap. Headmaster says March is too early for me for a rate cut. I think we need more time to see more evidence.
All right, look at that sell side pressure coming back into the market. AMD's right back down to our entry. XOM may stop us out here. Just monitoring it closely. If AMD makes a new low of day, we will take it again on the long side. But again, you still have that Dixie trying to firm up. All right, guys, XOM is about to stop us out. It just stopped us out for another gain there on the position even. So we've taken now 7.
I'll go lower.
Big decline coming in now.
Glad y'all got out of the call.
Dixie right back up. Dixie's right back up to the high of the session. What's crazy about it is the Dixie hasn't even broken out of its inverse head and shoulders or bull flag pattern. It's still consolidating bullishly as if it wants to break out. So this market could get pushed down even more, believe it or not.
Oh, good Lord.
Pastor said this year will have to start the conversation on the balance sheet.
I mean, it's easy to talk about a soft landing when you lie about the jobs reports every month.
Baba's still holding strong, guys. This is what we want to see. This is exactly Bitcoin coming back down, losing 46,000 again.
Books cooking motherfuckers.
Come on, Baba. Push up. Push up some more, Baba. Up on the session 3 or 4%. I've touched base on it in other streams. Key resistance. This one is going to squeeze, guys, one of these days. I'm very optimistic and confident in this trade. I think we're going to squeeze it up here. Whether it's today, tomorrow, I mean, the fact that this is performing so exceptionally well in a weak tape. We got that bullish close. Now you're getting confirmation. Volume starting to uptick a little bit here in this vicinity. So it's definitely starting to uptick, looking exceptionally well. Dollar's still testing the highs of the session, but NVIDIA's getting a big bounce. Microsoft, AMD is pushing back up. BABA, new high of day. Oh, I stand corrected. It's not, but it's testing a little bit of a range break here. But look at this. We're into gap window now. Next target, 113. My members bought in down here at 8098. 8098. I gave the buy signal to my members. It's another trade we're up 16% on already, and I think this has more. I'm not taking profits yet. I think we at least have a move to 113, and then we could even see a move all the way back up to 149. And then if we break that pivot, I mean, whoo-wee. Let's just see this daily chart on this microcap. Just take a look at how this runs, though. I mean, You had that RSI overbought. You're creating higher lows on the RSI. Now you're starting to curl up again. Often the case when you get an overbought scenario and you get a big pullback and you still keep those higher lows, often the bounce off of the next RSI curling up is bigger than the first one. So that's often the case with names like these. But again, I mean, you get a bigger bounce. You're looking at like, I mean, this is a pretty big resistance level. You have this pivot and then all of these low pivot consolidations. But I mean, there's still a massive technical gap all the way here at 245. Starting at this 245 zone, you'll have this big resistance level. But I mean, micro cap therapeutic name. Straight back to the indices here. Still batting 98%, 34 predictions today. 98% on Predictagam with 34 predictions. That's a huge, huge, huge.
And that is going to be it for me today. 6 for 6 across the board, 3 on the small account, 3 on the big account. So
There you go.
New hourly.
thank you, sir. So
I was only 2 for 4. And my first one was minus 50%, which is
2 for 4, you're green then, no?
No, because I screwed up on my first trade and I let it draw down more than I should have because it was a 0 day.
but your loss today, like dollar-wise, was very small.
Yeah, because I mean I still followed my rules on the other trades.
So that's why it was red.
But yeah,
If one of those was a flip, then
yeah, like if I didn't screw up my rules on the first trade and I just took my normal loss and cut it there, my day would have been great. So that's why it's important to follow your rules. Just a lesson. Be better than me.
Let's just check out this hourly chart, S&P 500. Still, you know, oversold on the shorter term time frames, but we could be seeing a drop of this magnitude here. Just like what happened over here.
With the kids for the rest of the day.
There you go.
I love you all.
just so you guys know, Casey will be back after the
No, I will be absolutely trading futures later this afternoon. 100%.
on faces with us.
Maybe we'll see.
Love you.
All right, so we could see the SPY push all the way up to the EMA 113, but I still have a downside target of piercing 472. I still think we make a new low of day on the session. I'm still holding my BABA long, and that's really the only other trade that I have on the docket. We've taken 7 winners today in the live trading session and no losers. It's a very rare phenomenon, but when you bank 7 winners in a row and it's all in this live stream, how do you figure your ad levels and aim? Do you just add 1/4 entries at a percentage? I'll just review your question here.
Watch it for the higher low. See if they do it.
Let me just check out my
Bullish signal on the 5, and we're holding here. So this is a spot to try longs, personally.
I'll answer your question shortly. Liquid Fire just responding to a message here.
But I like a try for longs on the higher low. Stop would be new low a day. Or a 5-minute CBC flip.
Sorry, is your question regarding a swing trade there, Liquid Fire? Is it regarding our swing trade? I don't like to discuss it too much.
Oh yeah, good stuff, baby. Dude, this is gonna be the big year. Evan, this is like the first year I'm paying Mundo taxes.
Get excited.
Yeah, I'm not excited, but we'll be alright. See, that's why I like the stream.
You know, so Liquid Fire, my ad levels are all different for different positions. You know, it really comes down to what technical resistance or support we're hitting, how extended the chart is, what factors are we running into. Then you got to look at, you know, say the ETFs that a particular stock is in. You got to look at the broad indices, what resistance and support levels they're trading into. You know, something like AMD that's heavily influenced by many ETFs such as SOXX, SMH, the S&P 500, the QQQ, and a few others that I'm just not remembering right now, you have to just take your spots at the best technical resistance. I mean, AMD has been just a power. You use support and resistance, moving averages, RSI divergences. You know, for instance, I gave out the signal yesterday to short AMD. What was it, at 148.39? So I mean that turned out to be a really, really good entry on AMD on the short side. So it helped our average quite significantly. Now AMD is one that's actually we're down on. Like, if I'm being brutally honest, this one has gone farther than I've expected. Now I still expect AMD in 2024 to probably retrace all the way back down to this breakout zone, this 120, 125 area. I'm expecting, and it is a downsloping trend line, so it could even go to 119, 118, so on and so forth. But I'm expecting AMD to at least retrace. I'll just show you the weekly chart at the minimum to this pivot 132, but I do anticipate that it even could come back down to this 120-ish area. But it really comes down to what I'm just seeing across the board in the indices. Oil's pulled from the highs. It's only up 2.6% now. So oil has softened. That's actually helping the market.
Do we have any Patriots fans up here?
But hopefully that helped your question a little bit there. You still have all sectors down. Energy is the only positive sector. The next strongest sector behind energy is going to be XLV, healthcare. All right, let's just flip back to the S&P 500 here. Let's just flip back to the S&P 500. You're seeing a little bit more green appearing on the screen now. A little bit more green appearing on the screen. SPY still consolidating bearishly in this range.
Yeah, Vrabel in New England. Or Ohio State. Give them to my Buckeyes. I'll take that.
Yeah, Vrabel left too. I like the coach.
He got fired.
Yeah, I know, but he's a good coach though.
He's a good coach. FAA investigating Boeing after 737-9 MAX incident. Boeing getting any movement off of that question mark?
I feel like that's almost like recycled news at this point.
Yeah. We'll see though. I'm watching the stock right now. Not much movement.
Boeing actually has a bit of a W pattern going on. If it completes, it should complete over 226.
Playing out very well for us, guys. That nicely on the session. Still seeing a little bit of buying coming into the likes of semiconductors, NVIDIA. Take a look at this BABA trade. Wow, I'm moving my stop up on BABA now. I'm going to move it up to this 72.14. So we're banking huge again. Huge profits on BABA.
Watch DAL, Delta Airlines.
By the way, I did put together a whole kind of around earnings season, so if you want to see those, send me a DM and I'll send you a link to the newsletter. But yeah, graphic up in the nest above. Pretty cool. Busy time coming. Mikey, I feel like you'd have some good recommendations whenever you're free, even if it's later in the day post the trading day. I would love to get your thoughts on the calendar opening this. Anything you do better?
Sounds good.
Microsoft flipped Apple earlier, and it's the gap is back widening, back to 30 billion. Come on, Apple, bend off the competition. Yeah, that FAA headline's going around now more. Let's see if it moves. Oh wait.
We got 15 minutes to the auction, right?
Here's feels.
15 minutes. 15 minutes.
So some buy the dip is starting to come into play. This Cassava Sciences looks like it wants to squeeze all the way to this gap fill. Could even do that today. It's not my base case, but keep Sava on your watch. This one's a high short interest squeeze name. I actually do like it a lot.
Do it, baby, do it.
All right, guys, high risk play here. I'm going to go long Sava 25.53 here. 25.53. It's a 1/4 entry. This is a high risk play. 25.53 long Sava. Let's see if we can squeeze this one all the way up to this gap fill. Still long Baba in the money, huge. Guys, moving my stop up on Baba to 72.21. Just adjusted my stop on Baba. 72.21.
I added to my $50 February 16th call swings for ticker AAPL. Maybe. Yes, I did.
Oh, here we go.
I heard somebody say T not 230. I love this liquidity.
That was me.
I love this liquidity under the.
I'm up 10% on the Tesla 230s.
Yeah, I think that's like long-term equities in my group last night, and a little swinger long, but she's gone out of the gate on this Hertz news. But I still like it a lot here. I like it a lot. Sold TSLA puts.
Still long Baba, long Sava. We're up 15 cents on Sava.
It's been a while. Look at Amazon bounce. So like I closed these Amazon puts, but I don't know if you guys look left on your chart. Amazon has this crazy, we call it like TTO.
All right, Sava's pushing up even more.
Like anyone that trades the trap.
Come on, let's squeeze Sava.
Kind of V out and reclaimed that last support. We extended over this morning. What we came back to is like that hard line volume shelf and just sat on it. That was where I was exiting, and we just bounced like to the penny on that volume shelf. 153.40, give or take. Pretty solid. So that could be a decent reversal too. You gotta hold that.
Big pop, yeah.
Yeah, zoom out, look left. That was the definition of a.
All right, guys, I'm going to put a break-even stop on Sava here. Break-even stop. I am seeing the indices running into a little bit of resistance here, so break-even stop.
Someone just sold SPX June 20th, 2025, $2,900 puts, $500,000.
Okay.
There's a lot of those funky cash secured put ETFs going on lately. What was the trader's name? Jordy? Dan? Who? The trader that runs all the Jeff Elam.
Wait, that runs what? I'm so confused.
The trader on the back end of QQY and then all the Defiance ones and all the Yield Max. I'm trying. I was thinking, fuck.
All right, guys, I'm going to put now an in-the-money stop on Sava. 25.64, locking in 11 cents per share. This one we're up nicely. Baba, I'm still holding long. So now this is our 9th winner of the day. This is our 9th winner of the day. I'm going to encourage you to check out my tradingcapital.ca Discord. If you've been struggling, look at this. Keep moving stops up on Sava, guys. It's starting to squeeze. Let's go, Sava. Sava. All right, we've moved it up to 25.76. I'm still holding a Baba long with an in-the-money stop at 72.21. S&P is coming down, so I'm going to move this up just a little bit more. 25.78, right underneath that green bar. Volume's coming in. Come on. Break the high of day. We tapped it with that Pierce. Come on, Sava. We may get stopped out here, but that's okay because we're banking on the trade. All right, Sava just hit our stop loss. Sava did just hit our stop loss there. We banked. Sorry there, Liquid Fire. I just saw your comments now. No, there's one you just put up. I thought you were taking some, and then there were 3 to 4 green lines below it. Oh, sorry. I've managed a few different portfolios, so my lines on my. But though sometimes when I enter a day trade, I divide my position in 4. So say I'm trading AMD, I want to put $40,000 into it. I'll go in size in 4 different lots, 10,000 a piece, and I'll give you 4 technical zones like this. I think this is what you're discussing. So 4th entry. So I would have accumulated a full position if they hit all of these lines here. I think that's what you're discussing. But the trade, it only hit our first level, and the first level proved to be pretty strong, and we made money on that trade. So often I'll give you the levels in advance just so you know where we're adding or shorting. And it turned out that we didn't even have to add to that position down below. The first initial level was very strong. So hopefully that helps answer your question there. And their closed lines on the 10-minute AMD chart, just saw there. Whoops. 1.86% on the session. Let's look at the daily chart of this YS. It looks like a very high speculative name as well. Just give me a second with this chart. I actually have never looked at this chart before. So you put your low on the RSI. You had a big move up, consolidation, higher low price action, higher low RSI. Still technically very oversold. Weekly chart, let's just take a peek at. Yeah, still very oversold name. I mean, whew, look at this chart. Whoa. So it only came onto the market 2021. Let's just quickly, just give me a second with this analysis. I just probably are. Wow. Just got to check some of these moving averages. I'm going to throw on the short-term 7 and the 20 moving average. Okay, so we're actually above the 7. You got now just a word to the wise, or caution here to the wind. I mean, this is a super light volume name. I mean, look at the average shares, 110,000. So light volume names are very hard to chart, technically speaking, because they have a very strong tendency to overshoot and undershoot in both directions. So 110 shares, this has a huge area of overshoot and undershoot. So you got a bullish cross of the short-term moving average. So it is trying to start a new trend change. You know, the fact that you got the crossover with off of a higher low pattern here is actually bullish. Now you could be shaping up for a little bit of a, you know, I don't want to call it an inverse head and shoulders, but I guess there's a lopsided one that you could technically draw. You know, if you were to draw it, say like that, you can say we've actually had the breakout. It's a very weird inverse head and shoulders because it's such a light volume name. But how I see it is this would be your left shoulder, this would be your head, this would be your right shoulder. You have got a trigger of the neckline, and you did get a confirmed daily candle. The upside on this name, technically speaking, but again, you could have about a move to 110, which is just about a double from this area. So I mean, yeah, there's a potential long setup here. Again, it's a super risk. This one's a little light for me. It's 110,000. I like to trade things over 1 million shares, personally speaking. But from time to time, I will enter things at around the 300,000 mark. 100,000 is a very light volume, but doesn't mean it can't play out. I mean, you could play out here. The only thing I don't like is, here's the thing. Often when you get that initial low on the RSI, which you can see here, actually you technically got a low here, and then another new low here on the RSI with a lower low. That's a baby. Neutral. Analyst rating, strong buy. Developing manufacturing vaccines, therapeutics, biological infectious disease, cancer. Yeah, I mean, there could be a pop here. Certainly a risky one. There could be a pop. You know, you did get that bullish crossover the short-term moving average. As long as you stay above this 7-day, the yellow moving average here, you do have a shot of moving higher. So pay close attention. I'll keep that on my watch just to see if there's a trade later on. All right, Baba just stopped us out for a gain at 72.33. So we did get stopped out on Baba at 72.33 on Sava. And I'm expecting the indices to have Google making new lows on the session. Apple, Microsoft look like some short setups. They're putting bear flags on the chart. And look at that Saba. I mean, holy, we sold we banked on it, 25 cents a share, but look at that move. Wow. This one does look like it wants to go for gap fill. I'm not going to play it. I'm just going to take my profits. It's now 12:30. We do have a bond auction coming up later today. But let's just focus on the SPY. We have no trades on the docket anymore. No day trades on the docket anymore. We have closed 9 winners today. 9 winners. I repeat, 9 of 9. That's a very rare thing to close 9 of 9 trades, but we have done so today, and it feels pretty good. So again, I'm going to encourage you, if you haven't checked out my tradingcapital.ca Discord, please check it out. We've closed massive wins, over 20% win on one trade, another 19%, and just leave the 113, the EMA 113 on watch. That NRSN is going for a new high of day. Oil's starting to break down a little bit here. I do see a potential trade setup on cold, KOLD. This would be a long setup. It's a short nat gas. It's a levered play on nat gas. I'm going to watch it closely.
There's a little report coming out. I'm seeing Eric Balchunas tweeted. Apparently, Vanguard is banning all.
They've been approved in the banning them to be able to trade them.
It's Vanguard. Vanguard.
Is it because they're all over the place?
I don't know. But I'm just. It could even, be a little bit hearsay. Maybe they're just taking a day for it. But yeah, Eric Balchunas, Bloomberg reporter, not just a random guy.
They are kind of all over the place, though. I know, but that's not very reassuring. I don't know why there's so many either. Like, there's only one goal.
So 40 predictions on Predictogram today, and I'm batting 98%. It's all tracked, proven, no BS, no furu, 98% batting. I will probably win the trading session today on Predictogram. 98% is going to be very difficult to beat. I will be shocked if someone has a higher average than that. They could, but odds are that is the high.
That's for us to bet on the one that's. I mean, that one was first, right? It's the one that's been around.
It was a spot. It was a futures ETF prior, and they converted it over. They are so. Hashtags is positioning themselves as kind of like the crypto experts in the space. There's pretty much Grayscale is one that definitely deserves that title as well. But a lot of these companies really have nothing to do with Bitcoin at all. They're just launching a product, and we'll see how that goes.
That was like before Vito, before everybody else.
DeFi.
I don't know if you guys know what it is.
Hashtags, right?
Yeah, DeFi.
No, it's way before all that. Like, it's actually back, but the company's called Back, BKKT. I don't. Mikey, do you remember the ticker? Oh, the ticker is BKKT.
Yeah, it is.
Yeah, but that's
legit. That's been around before, like, everyone. That's.
But it's a company. It's not. They're engages in the intersection of crypto assets.
Yeah,
and companies.
Yeah.
And payments.
Yeah, like they were like the original.
Still good to watch, though. Yeah, for sure.
Spot Bitcoin ETF trading. Sorry, I just heard that burp. Hit $3 billion. Did you hear it? Good. That would be gross.
Did you get it in time?
No, I didn't. It just didn't pick up.
BKKT, that was they're around like, man.
I'm pretty sure that's a meme stock, not as much. Yeah.
No, dude, they were like a legit company before, like Bitcoin at $1,250. Like, I remember this company.
No problem there, Liquid Fire. Anytime. If you have more tickers, I'm happy to take a peek. If anybody's watching anything specifically, the market's kind of slowing down here. Again, I do anticipate that we actually trend a little bit lower at some point today. I still have a downside target of piercing 472, getting into this yellow zone here. I do anticipate that, but as of now, things are trying to bounce and firm up. And we'll see how things progress. Just going to go silent on the mic for a little bit. Alright, hey everybody, so the markets have completely recovered the big loss that it had. You can see it put in the lows here on the session, but we are starting to see some sell side pressure creeping in. Lows made, and it's just been a rally ever since. So I feel like they've just been taking this liquidity, roping it up, still technically putting in a lower high, but it's been an impressive bounce to say the least, and I think that this has just been a liquidity suck, and now they're probably going to sell it into the end of the close. We still have an hour left of trading, but just be careful that we could have just seen a little bit of a rope in liquidity, and this could actually come down to the EMA 113 as a test. But even you have a big support level back here at 475. So just be careful of a late day potential sell-off to occur in the markets. I do say that there's a strong chance of that occurring.
Forms on the plan don't allow people to buy.
Yo, Shark, can you see our boy D-Gen's post? I'm so proud of him.
What did he do?
Oh, he tagged you. Just take a look when you're not in a trade. He's having the best start of his trading career. He's finally changing around.
So I think that the risks of a lot of that stuff is sort of beginning to subside, although
I'm so happy for him.
Does sort of, does kind of present like a headwind towards any sort of inflationary kind of movement, unless fiscal stimulus kind of gets completely out of whack going forward. Let's go to the next, Antonio, and then we.
Can I add one point, please?
Go ahead.
With respect to the deflation point you raised, I was just thinking about this scenario. If you look at many of the regional banks,
All right.
CRE exposure.
Hey, even IWM reversed a little bit. How's ARC doing today? Because Klein got obliterated.
Higher levels for
Okay, small on that.
So that's the issue. And the second thing is that they already have considerable losses on their long duration bond portfolios. So
16%
has an impact on the credit circulation or the credit creation in the economy. And if that slows down significantly, that can probably slow down even given the fiscal spending deficit.
So that's a good point. But I think that shock, and Bill and I were talking about this back in last March when we did have the regional banking crisis. The reality is, if you look at the market for a lot of those banks, there was probably a significant plurality of them that were effectively insolvent, right? But our government basically decided to make the policy that they're not sort of under. So there was the BTFD policy, there was all kinds of policies.
Well, CBC flipped. 10th and 9 EMA.
Essentially, resolution.
Rejection of hedge pressure. No lower high yet, but I guess you could argue that this is an intraday lower high from this morning's orb high, which would be valid. In that case, you might not need the 5-minute lower high to go lower. We'll see.
Old Mata up 31% on the calls.
Might take some long.
Riot up 10.5%.
It seems like a lot of that there is a deflationary shock.
I'll try. We're taking spicy long, are they? Off that 9 EMA. Can you do it?
So why don't we go to the answer? So Tony, then Reef, and Jeffrey. Go ahead.
The pop to make a lower high.
Okay, so quick question. Can you guys?
Or to go higher. I don't know.
I guess
that last candle was kind of nasty though, the CBC flip. But I also said that on the 11:05 candle my time. So.
I was literally born in '84. So she says the '84 model.
All the past previous times though, after that nasty candle dip, the next candle has gotten bought up and been a very bullish candle. So that would mean, if we want to roll with that same sentiment, that would need to happen on this candle here. Which doesn't look like it's happening. But it's still got
tip their hand that they're really QT
Yeah,
and they
that's
got
last
off their
minute
foot
candle.
in the first FOMC, and I've been going by that. But to what MQ and I were talking last night, it seems like there's very sneaky ways, or not sneaky, but there's a lot of things that Australian investors miss. There's a lot of conversation coming.
So it's a big sell-off occurring here. That's what I warned you of a few minutes ago. I said just be careful that this whole liquidity rally could just be given up, or at least a big chunk of it. Now we are coming into some support. It's 310. I do have some, I'm eyeing up some day trades, but really I'm not seeing anything in terms of an A+ setup just quite yet. There are some names I'm looking at, but not yet. I mean, if the SPY retraced back into, say, to get me long, I would really have to see at least a 50% retrace here, preferably the 618. Finding some support here. But that bar, heavy volume, that bar is a huge sell-off bar. So that 1 minute candle is probably going to see some more downside because that's your heaviest 1 minute candle really since the open here, where you had that big capitulation. So we should see some more downside, I would anticipate.
You're absolutely right, Brendan. And the other thing for me, the most part, is how different the press release is in terms of how it presents information, which is all, they're not as regulated, so they can use made up, adjusted, EBITDA, X, these costs, and how there's less room for maneuver in the actual financial statements, right? And there's often a very big disconnect between what the press release says and what the cash flow statement says, right? In the same earnings release.
whether or not folks knew exactly what it meant, but it's, how large of an item it is in that cash flow statement and seeing its impact in that, bottom number, right? Like, it's pretty hard to not see how drastic of an impact that stock-based compensation is when you're looking at cash flow statements.
Yeah, I mean, there's so many. Like, that's just one.
Totally. I was just totally mention that as one of the things that maybe know that they were unaware of.
Yeah, but I don't want to make it overcomplicated and really intimidate people. I think there's even just very basic looking at and understanding the balance sheet, the income statement, and the cash flow, and nothing else gets you. That carries a lot of the freight.
Yeah, at the end of the day, are you solvent?
No, I think it's pretty on topic there. I do want to get to the hands because people have been holding it. So Reef, then Jeffrey, then Baron, if that's okay.
Absolutely.
Hey guys, Jake from Reef Insights. So I got here a little bit late, so I'm not sure if you guys can talk about it. Inflation numbers, I kind of got in at the tail end of that. So kind of thinking about it, I was curious to get your guys' take on what you think the Fed is kind of thinking. I'd read Bernanke's memoir, and where they were talking about setting the 2% target, Yellen, and I mean this month's inflation numbers, ticking upwards. It's merely just one data point. But do you think the Fed might reduce its urgency to cut, or do you think they'll? This is just merely one data point.
Thank you for that question. We did go over that with Bill, but actually went over that pretty intensively. So I don't want to regurgitate everything from earlier, but Bill, if you want to just give like a 2 sentence forward as to what your summary points on that were, that'd be great. And then we could go to Baron and Jeffrey. Bill might be tied up here, so why don't we go to Jeffrey and then Baron? But yeah, go ahead, Jeffrey.
So I was just gonna kind of bring up that the CRE, I think it's supposedly 2.8 trillion that comes due in 2024 through 2028. I forget. I think there's quite a large bit of that in 2024. MG. Just curious of yours and Bill's thoughts on that, because you hear that all the time in spaces and on Twitter, is about how bearish the commercial real estate is. But if you said timing, I mean, I would think 4 years with the Fed, reducing rates here possibly, is actually gonna save the commercial real estate market. Just curious if you guys have any thoughts on that. Thanks.
Yeah, I'll just go real quickly. I think that it's all about timing. So if they're able to kind of spread it out, if for example, a friend of mine I had lunch with him yesterday. He's a commercial real estate guy here in New York. We were talking about Vornado. There's a couple of banks where they're just completely underwater on. There are a couple of buildings where they're completely underwater on, but the banks aren't really sort of, calling them, essentially saying, look, calling for a default or anything like that. They're essentially open to some sort of pretty radical, negotiations as to sort of how to either push the loan forward, renegotiate, et cetera, et cetera. And so as a result, it seems like, the date with destiny is not as fixed as people are suggesting, because the banks aren't necessarily keen to sort of foreclose on people because they don't know what to do with the property themselves. So, as a result, people have more wiggle room as to sort of the timing as to when they refinance it, et cetera, et cetera. If interest rates, if there's 2 cuts this year, whatever, interest rates kind of keep going down, that obviously gives folks a lot more breathing room. And so it's really about, and then on top of that, Bill.
So the EMA 113 is still trying to hold its support. You have the VIX creeping up here.
Position these days. So outside of their commercial real estate loan portfolio, they're actually doing pretty well. So they do have some room to absorb the hits from the loss provisions in commercial real estate. So there's just, and as time goes on, that buffer gets bigger and bigger and bigger, and the banks are able to absorb more and more of that. So that's why, and if the credit spreads were to be blown out, and you'd see evidence of credit problems in our market.
I was going to make a couple of points about what Tony asked, but I'll start with Jeffrey's comments. Bill and I have discussed this multiple times, and we talked about it, posted about it. It's not the issue with commercial real estate problems is not endemic to every bank, to every situation. That's the narrative that's being pushed by a lot of these big
Gold just went negative. Gold just went negative.
On spaces. The problem exists. Some very severe, some not so severe, some very manageable. And you have to figure out which places are going to be those to avoid that, or to go short if that's what you want to do. But if the last couple of let's say last 4 or 5 quarters, the level of disclosure that comes out, in quarterly earnings from these, especially the regional banks, really gives you a lot of info to bite on and see, where is the exposure, when is the exposure, what's the level of exposure, what's the level of risk, and whether it's manageable or not. So a lot is changing in the market too, Jeffrey. So it's not that every bank is going to go all under all at once. That's farthest from the truth. And people need to stop pushing this narrative just because they want to scare the market down. It just seems stupid to me. But Tonio, to your question, going into that level of depth to trade for a few months is one thing. To invest for many years and not manage it at all, hands off, is another thing. So what is it that you want to do with tech companies, right? Because there are periods of time, and again, Bill and I talked about this. We were among the only people screaming in Q4 of 22 that the earnings were coming in great, the guidance was solid, and yet the market was not paying attention. And in every space that I was in, I was telling people that I was loading up on tech because it made no sense. The numbers just didn't jive with what the market was doing. Point is, when there is an inflection like that, and when there is a thematic at play, the actual in-depth balance sheet and profit and loss statements get thrown out at least, or parked at least for a while. So you will miss out if you purely look at it that, right? It's a matter of when you want to look at it. If you want to invest and put your hands off, you absolutely have to do that. If you want to, take advantage of a mispriced opportunity for a short period of time, when you're able to actively manage that trade, then it matters much less. So it really depends on why, where, and when you want to do it and how you want to use that information too.
Yeah, and you nailed it. And I bought that at 100 when SPY was like 380 last October, because I was looking at the GPU H100 counts, and that's what guided me. I'm in the same, let's say, industry. I use those tools, so I've done well. I did well then because I was like, I'm willing to hold NVIDIA at these prices for 5 years. I had no clue it was gonna bubble in 6 months or whatever, but that's kind of what saved me. I'm a user of those tools, so I'm like, yes, I'm only gonna do this. But unfortunately, I sold a lot before the massive run because, to your point, I wasn't digging into the 10Ks and didn't realize that NVIDIA is in a lot of ways cheaper now than the multiples than pre the COVID run up, because now they have a shit ton of revenue with H100s. So that's what I was inquiring on to do. Thanks for breaking it down.
Thanks, guys. Ben, go ahead.
Just wanted to respond on the earlier discussion about reading 10K and 10K. So I think initially I found, like when I started, I used to pass a lot of time reading this thing, but the way like US markets they trade, I think these kind of documents are I would say much more usable. At least in European markets than in American markets, because you look at the trading patterns, like the way Meta traded or even Amazon, or like the markets in US are much more impacted by sell-side analysts and how they create those narratives. So, like, if everyone is like, okay, Meta is going to zero, Meta is going to zero, the markets would take it to from 350s to 85, and then from 85 to business hasn't changed much. But I think the impact of sell-side analysts on American markets is huge, and I don't know if you people realize it, because there are a lot of regulations in Europe that are not in America. Like there's one called MiFID, and I think the MiFID impacts the way sell sides can put how they can put their trading, and there's like sort of like a wall between their trading division and their sell side divisions. That's what I want to say. Thanks.
Hey, Baron, I think that the one pushback that I would give on that is that I think that it depends on your time horizon. I think if you're trading in the short term, you're right in that fundamental information that's kind of gleaned from reading 10Ks and 10Ks is not terribly important for stock price or asset price returns in the short term. However, in the long term, they completely dominate. There was a famous study that was done. In fact, this is one of the foundations for why he won the Nobel Prize, which was Bob Shiller analyzed. He did sort of like linear approximations of returns, and he was able to disentangle the source of returns that are coming from cash flow moves versus the source of returns that are coming from discount rate moves. In other words, how much of stock returns were coming from shifts in cash flow expectations versus how much stock returns were coming from changes in sort of discount rate expectations. In other words, multiple expectations or multiple expansion. And what he found was that in horizons of a year and a half or longer, the majority of the stock volatility was explainable by shifts in cash flow expectations, but in horizons less than that, the majority is explained by shifts in essentially multiple expansion. So the answer is that for trading purposes, you're right. But if you want to be an investor, I think you don't have any option but to read these things.
But MG, the thing is that it's the amount of move. Like, I'm not talking about some like small cap or mid cap stocks that is not followed. Like, if you look at the stock like Meta, it's maybe followed by like 20 analysts. So if the markets can't decide between what its price is 85 or 370 within 1 year, you understand what I'm saying? The detail is too much. It's too much. It's like tripling. The stock price just tripled in 1 minute. So.
But Baron, volatility is an investor's friend.
No, I agree.
Again, I mean, and again, this is not for everybody. If it doesn't interest you, or I'm not speaking to you specific channels, right? If this kind of stuff, you're reading financial reports and trying to come up with an independent idea of what a company is worth, if that takes too much time, it's not of interest, then yeah, I agree. Equity funds and enjoy life doing stuff you'd rather do, right? But if it is something you like doing and you want to try to figure out the valuation of companies, then you have your own valuation for a company, and the market is there to serve you, right? Like, you have an independent idea of what you think this is worth. You could be wrong, you could be right. But the market volatility is offering you up prices. You don't have to ignore them, or if they become very attractive prices relative to what you think it's the company's worth, then you buy. If they are crazy prices, crazy high prices relative to what you think the company's worth, you sell, right? I mean, it's, you know, but it's
Bill,
definition of the market, right? It's manic depressive, and he offered you a price every day. And you know whether you make a manic or depressive.
I completely agree with you. There's no wrong, knowing about the company invested. I don't have a term for it. Maybe there is some theoretical term. I don't know. But the way the US market trades is like, I'll give you another example, which is not a company which has never earned money. The company is Uber. Like, you look at it right now. You look at it right now, so it's like 100 billion, and it was too cheap. Since last 2 years, the people have been long on it, so the stock has run up too much, and the company was earlier not making money, and right now also it's not making money. So I don't know, even the companies without any cash flows, you have these big like beta movements, and I don't have any theoretical terms, but suddenly the sell sides would start creating narrative. Now it's a good stock, now it's a bad stock, and it doesn't get justified.
But again, Barrett, like Uber's a good example. I know there's people who probably follow it closely. I've never understood the business model. I never thought it made sense. But that's where you stick to your circle of competence, right? Like, just because you don't understand it doesn't mean you have to have an opinion on it, right? Like, there's 4,000 stocks listed, U.S. stocks. I mean, I probably have opinions on maybe 50, and that's about it. And that's all I can handle, right? So if Uber doubles or triples and people make a ton of money on it, I don't care. Like, I don't have an informed opinion, so I would never invest in it because it's just outside my circle of competence.
I think another way to think about it is the following. Let's just use a simple example of real estate. So let's say you own a building and you have some tenants and you're getting rent. And the rent was equivalent to 10% of what you paid for the building. So you're essentially getting a 10% yield on your investment. Now, if the price goes up because people are, people want to pay more for it, even though rents and expected rents don't change one iota, then at least you know that the cap rates or the implied returns that people are willing to accept is what is really dropping, right? Because they're willing to pay a lot more for a building, even though rents haven't increased. Okay. Whereas so the point of doing fundamental analysis is to understand, is my price moving because people just have a greater tendency to want to pay for things? In other words, they want to pay higher multiples or lower multiples, or is my rent changing over the future? You can't know that until you do fundamental analysis, right? And so that's and that information actually plays a role as to why it comes into the stock price slowly over like a 1.5 year or longer horizon. So in the case of Uber, Bill and I agree on this, is that the value comes from essentially discount rates. People willing to pay a very low discount rate for something that doesn't have that much value, or at least not discernible at this point. Whereas if they actually had cash flows that you could kind of look at, you could say, okay, at least there's something there, and that's the reason why people are willing to pay so much for it. So at least it gives you, build some conviction so that you can kind of, make an investment decision that's somewhat more informed than if you had no such conviction. Mark, go ahead. Does that mean NG?
Yeah, he said monitored.
Sorry, I didn't know that. No worries. So Darren, I've talked about Facebook case, multiple times, and I was watching it go down. I did a statement that really great history of for many years. I was watching it go down, and the IDFA issue kicked in, and almost within a short period of time, the narrative became about
how quickly will the the revenue for NetApple would go down to nothing. And problem is there is a vast space between where they were. People quickly started pricing the stock to rapidly lose revenue. And I didn't know at that time, where it would stop, but I knew it had gone too far. And that was all I knew. That was enough for me to invest at that time. Again, I add to my position. But as things got deeper into this, one, first was the incredibility of Zuckerberg saying, what, we're going to fight this, we're going to fix this, whatever, right? Without any action. And the next was massive, shift in attention by diversion in attention by investing in metaverse. Well, the point of metaverse was also lost in the market. It was not that. Basically, their reasoning was they needed to control the ecosystem, so they never had this issue again where their revenue could be expected to go down to zero because somebody else was losing it, right? And then over time they started also adjusting their algos to better to better direct their advertising, the customers' advertising dollars, so it was more efficient. So they did a little bit to mitigate the problem with IDFA. The point I'm trying to make is, if you watch that entire thing play out, you could have seen that one, it had gone too far. Two, they were trying something that looked stupid, that was stupid. There was a lot of money spent on it, so which is why the market stayed there even though they started fixing it. And then finally they said, okay, you know what, we're going to cut costs. We're going to cut costs fast. We're going to cut costs big. That was when things started moving. Where I'm trying to go with this, I apologize for being very long-winded, is you could see during that progression of this mess for about 4 to 5 quarters that there were many inflection points which the market took a long time to believe, and that was mispricing of the stock. I talked about this multiple times, in spaces over that period of time. And you're always going to find things like this. People go to the extreme and say, take, another almost, more relevant immediate example. Last quarter, Google missed their cloud numbers, beat their, online advertising numbers handily, beat the guidance, yet the stock sold off based on a cloud business that's surrounding error. But the narrative was they're losing AI market share and they are going to get defeated because they're not making it in the cloud. Doesn't make a difference to your balance sheet, but it makes a difference to the narrative and why you were sold off. Again, in spaces I talked about this. It doesn't add up. There is no way this is the real truth. Again, the company didn't really come out and do a good job explaining what they were doing in AI or trying to explain what is the reason why it is cloud. But you saw it correct back. The point I'm trying to make is, when you see, when you trade purely on the narrative or based on what the sell side is saying, which is also unfortunately based on the narrative, you miss the real story if you don't dig deeper into the actual issue and try to get more information for yourself. And these are all excellent mispricing opportunities where you just made 25% in a quarter. And these were, it's not just one, there are thousands of examples of this every quarter we get. Now, reading about it is not going to help you necessarily with this. I'll tell you, if you really got deep into their books and read it, nobody would ever invest in NVDA. It's an expensive stock. It's always been expensive. But look at how they've grown. So the point is, I think you really need to find when it is that you follow the narrative without any further thought, when it is question the narrative when it is that you go against the narrative and say, okay, this doesn't make sense, you gotta put that aside.
Yeah, I remember asking my advisor to buy me AMD and NVDA in 2018, and they were like, the multiple's too high, you're dumb, the PE. But I'm like, dude, these new chips are amazing. They're cutting down my rendering time by like 400%. Like, why wouldn't I want to buy this? But to your point, they were stuck on like multiple this and all these other metrics.
Yeah, going even further, if you look at the history of AMD, nobody would touch that company. That company has popped up so many times in the valley. They have a long, deep, and horrible history. But again, no, it's a different story now. It's a different company. It's a different management. It's a different financial. So you've got to pay attention to what is current and what is relevant.
I think it's difficult to sort of convince financial advisors or anybody who's like essentially a proxy for you or a fiduciary for you unless they have their own conviction about this. When the valuations dependent on significant sort of shifts.
All right, so we're seeing a big drop in NVIDIA. NVIDIA is starting to come in pretty sharply here on the 10-minute chart, sharper than the market. So NVIDIA is dragging down Bitcoin and the semiconductors. The VIX is starting to uptick a little bit. Bitcoin's also selling, testing. Bitcoin got a big bounce at 45,006. Now it's above 46,000. It's still negative on the session. Apple's still negative. The Qs are positive. S&P positive. Russell 2000 negative. So small caps are continuing to show relative weakness in this market as compared to the big boys. NVIDIA was red at one point. Same thing with Microsoft. Actually, every mega cap went red early on the session. And with the tremendous bounce in the markets, we got a pretty big rally. Now, there is a head and shoulders pattern that we need to pay attention to. You can simply draw the neckline here. If it triggers, basically that means we could go back down to the low of day. Now, it hasn't triggered yet, and this is an intraday pattern. But if this triggers late into the close, we could see a flusher down to 473. Right now, you're hugging this EMA 113. Bounced once, bounced twice. We'll see. I think we're actually going to break down here. The dollar has softened back below 102.50, but it is slightly green. You still have all sectors red except for energy and tech. XLK did go green slightly.
Even if you didn't get in at the low, you could have gotten the last 180 pips. The last 90 days.
Kind of, you can't blame people for that because even if you did get at the low, it's reasonable to think, okay, well now at this point, at this juncture, it's relatively priced in because all the estimates have increased, their own sort of projections have increased. Everybody's seen that they've kind of blown out numbers. Certainly at this point in juncture, things have been priced in, the growth has been priced in. It turned out that was not the case. So it is what it is.
MG, I'm still mad about missing Hanson soda.
Yeah, no, it's tough to, like, I don't know, like, unless you have incredible conviction, it's really hard to kind of, penalize yourself.
Volume on today's session is fairly light. Right now, we're currently trading 62.9 million shares on the SPY. On the Qs, we're actually trading 44.1 million. So a higher volume day on the Qs. It's above average on the Qs, below average on the SPY.
How things are going to sort of play out in order to sort of really capture most of those type of gains.
Watch out for this inverse head and shoulders, guys. VIX is starting to creep up. Microsoft potentially about to break down and lose the 384.30 level. We'll see. Amazon's curling down. Meta's still at the highs, showing resiliency. Tesla's been weak. Apple's getting rejected at pre-market high. All right, guys, I'm potentially seeing a late day flush coming into the tape here. Just be cautious if you're long. Be cautious if you are long.
You have to have that conviction, right? Otherwise, to do it over the short period, I think is much. tough day. Anyway, Bill,
Well,
I
thank
do.
you. Go ahead.
But I wanted to thank you for a wonderful speech.
Yeah, so do I. It's been an entertaining afternoon. I thank everyone. Thank you, Andy, for calling.
It's a pleasure. Thank you, Monica, Tanya, Brandon, Jeffrey, everybody. It's always a pleasure to host these things with Bill. The conversations are fantastic.
Guys, let's circle back on that. Reading through an interesting piece.
Yeah, I was about to say, I better get a remind me of this when that space gets covered.
Fair enough. Fair enough.
All right, let me do one that on.
Definitely. Have a good one, guys. Take care.
For their quarter four, mostly because of the easing monetary conditions that we experienced in November and December. We have really great Black Friday data, so I'm bullish on e-commerce names, and I think that that's really where I'm looking at. I don't have any cash right now. I'm comfortable with that because I don't really see a correction in the pipeline right at the moment. I mean, this could obviously change, but I don't necessarily see a correction in the pipeline at the moment. 0% cash. I'm bullish. I think that overall it's going to be a very slow, grinding year. I think it's going to be relatively sideways after 4 years of just pure turbulence. So I'm thinking like from start to finish, S&P could finish like somewhere around 7 to 9% up, which is like a $5,100 price target on the S&P. So that gives you a good idea of how I'm really thinking about what the trend is unfolding at for the first couple of weeks of January. Obviously, it's going to change, but that's really where my thoughts are.
I appreciate the thoughts there, Dylan. And I see we got a Kevin hand up on maybe what we were saying there, Kevin.
Yeah, and I always appreciate Dylan's insights. Really good stuff, especially on the macro side. I do get, I always get a little bit cautious, especially when we start looking at some prints like this. And maybe Kevin wants to chime in here. The year-over-year prints is not going to be surprising that you see this inflation because the comps on a year-over-year basis right now are pretty much at their peak. Like at this point in time last year is when we started seeing that rapid deceleration down into like, let's say May. If you're looking at it on a year-over-year comp basis. So I go more month over month, right? That's going to tell you what's happening pretty much on a daily basis, or what's happening on a month-to-month basis when it comes to the consumer, what the trend is going to show, because that month-over-month trend is going to translate into year-over-year data when it really actually counts. And I'm a little bit concerned because if you look at kind of like the December print from last year, the December print from last year, and I say last year, I mean 2022, right? We're looking at a lot of these prints. This is the part where we saw this rapid deceleration and then we leveled off pretty much in April-ish to May-ish. And then it's going to get even harder. So I just want to kind of like call out, yes, there's on a year-over-year, you're going to see this inflation. You can make all of the types of cases for it, which is great. But if you kind of look at it on a more granular scale, we're starting to actually see month-over-month prints starting to rebound back to the upside. It's like the third month of doing so. And I think that's probably going to be a little bit more of a fear for the Fed than a year-over-year print at this point. Now we can talk about PCE. PCE is going to have some of that same type of base effect. But I just wanted to kind of like call out at this time last year, for this particular, like this time last year, we had a negative 0.1% month-over-month print, right? We were actually in deflationary territory. But if you look at like the actual inflation print headline was at 6.5%. So it's not surprising that we are seeing disinflation. What we would have to see is like a rapid move to the upside on a month-over-month basis, like 0.6% to start actually having year-over-year prints reinflate up. So, you know, I just provide that for some context, right? Because if you're the Fed, or if you're just market participants, theoretically, all you need is more time, and inflation will go down just based on the base effects on how that print's calculated. Especially one that's actually seasonally adjusted and it's just year look back. So, you know, I don't think we're in the all clear when it comes to this inflation area. I think there's still a risk that will be there, but because there's a lot of charts right now of like, hey, no, like it's still looking good on a year-over-year print. Yeah, this time last year we were 6.5%, sure. But what are we doing on a month-over-month basis? And if you annualize that, or you take 6-month annualized rates, I think that gives you a better picture of what the forward outlook for inflation looks like. So I'm not trying to undercut what Dylan's talking about because he's absolutely right. But I also want to kind of highlight, don't focus squarely on year over year because you will miss the forest of the trees as month-over-month prints start to get higher, as they are doing right now.
Yeah, I'll just say, Kevin, I think you're exactly right. It's so tricky because, well, first of all, the Fed's target is year over year. It's 2% year over year on core PCE. And obviously year over year in some ways is superior, mainly because you have the seasonality stuff up. Like, I'm sure all of you know that. But yeah, right now, I mean, it's a great thing to think about the context, you know, especially because, yes, inflation did start, it actually was right past topping out last year. So you just have to consider it in the grand scheme of things. I like looking at the 3-month average right now. It's just a good time frame. Fed Chair Powell has said that before. You know, sometimes they look at the 3 or 6 month prices for inflation. I guess my best advice here is just to look at different time frames. You know, understand what they're telling you and understand, you know, what could be influencing them.
Yeah, like the next 2 prints should probably be some of the best prints that we see for CPI this year, just because of the base effects for February number of March. There should be some pretty decent prints if we're looking at year over year. It will most likely get, for headline CPI, I'm talking PC, headline CPI, it most likely will get you very, very close to 3%, like 3.1, 3.2. We're at this trajectory. But then you have those May comps, June comps, and July comps where it pretty much stagnant last year. And that's where it gets a lot more difficult.
Appreciate the back and forth. I always love talking more about this stuff. And today is the day for we had the happy CPI day that everyone celebrates. By the way, we didn't get that out earlier. So appreciate all of you guys. AJ, you have a thought on that topic there, or you have something different you want to bring us to?
No, I had a thought slash. Well, it was really related to Kevin's comment, so I can table it if we want to move on.
No, go for it.
All right, so big down candle there in the SPY. Watching for this trigger of this neckline. Watching a trigger of this neckline. Head and shoulders is technically in play if we breach this neckline. Still have 9 minutes left in the session. Heavy volume coming in. Heavy volume coming in.
They use it the way they use it, right? So just watching the data that they were using in 2023 annualized, 2022 annualized, to go off of what you were saying, I still think the effects of what we saw as a resultant of the drop in prices and rates in November, December probably have not yet caught up to this print and probably will maybe start catching up in the next couple of prints. So I'm looking at it from that perspective.
So right now the Qs, tech heavy sector, is finishing positive on the session as of now. SPY negative, Russell negative, Tesla down, AMD down, Bitcoin down, Coin down, Apple negative, Microsoft, NVDA, the common theme up on the session, Google Meta negative, Amazon positive.
I'm looking at that trend for the next couple of months, like you're saying. Too, I do agree with the year-over-year
beat, so I agree with that. 3, I'm looking at the way the last couple months of reactions have happened. The last 7 to 8 prints, including this
Bitcoin selling off into the close here. VIX is getting a pop into the close. There's still 6.5 minutes left. SPY is getting a bounce off of this area.
better and better at estimating what's coming out, right? Even if it's a surprise win or a surprise loss. I mean, win or loss, I don't think is the right word, but a surprise shock, right? The shock effect has diminished. So I'm looking at it from a different perspective. We may be in an environment where it is possible, since everything is forward-looking, that until a major shock event happens on a 3-month annualized basis, the market might have probably already priced out the narrative and has probably moved on to something else. That is one of the things that I'm watching to 24 as a theme, because obviously they're focusing on a few of them as well, but noticing how we have had the reactions, not the immediate 1 to 2 algorithmic candles, like the day.
Bitcoin selling off into the close here, guys.
Looking to me more and more priced in, and more that narrative no longer is as high of a concern as it was last year.
Microsoft seeing a big 5-minute reversal candle to the downside. I repeat, VIX is pushing higher here. Oil's up 1.5. Natural gas is only up 0.5%. Google selling into the close here. So Google selling into the close. Microsoft selling into the close, Apple rallying into the close. So net, it's basically just keeping the S&P in a range.
Somebody calls me up and says, "Hey, what would you rent your house out for?" I'm going to tell you, it's going to be my mortgage rate or higher, right? Like no one's taking losses right now. There's not enough secondary supply in the market.
All right, so S&P is moving up. Microsoft big bounce.
They'll just stay on the market until somebody either buys it or sits there. So I think that's one reason.
All the yields have collapsed, but the spread between the 2-year and the 10-year is narrowing.
But think about this. Financial conditions, theoretically, for home buyers have just gotten easier. So we might see lag effects on where we are, but then we might be on the upward trajectory for the housing market again. You might start seeing demand starting to come back in. We saw that in Redbook when it came to mortgage applications. So then I kind of go back to those that want to replace OER and say, hey, it's a lagging indicator. Cool. Well, your OER is going to be lagging again as conditions just got easier for all types of home buyers. We had the KB Homes earnings numbers that came out yesterday, right? We did see a drop for them. But look at the target audience for this. These are new first-time home buying type of homes, right? 490,000-ish, give or take, for their average selling price. So I think there is a headwind for housing regardless. I don't think the housing situation was fixed. It's not fixed. And that will be an issue down the road. So, yeah, you might be right. Maybe it is lagging.
Our SPY is pushing up into the close here, trying to go positive on the session. The S&P 500 is trying to go positive.
You see what I'm saying? So kind of for me, it offsets itself. And then just last thing, the market reactions are going to be different moving forward. We're in a different regime because the fear now is not the Fed raising rates again. The fear now is how long they're going to keep rates at this particular level. That's the guess. And the market can sustain these levels of interest rates if they are stable. That's all they need. You only need stability in the interest rate market. Everything else will adjust and then we'll proceed forward until something either breaks or we do see a significant slowdown. And I think if we have this, let's say the 10-year stays at around 4%, CPI prints are not going to be as impactful. Even if we do see it come in maybe a little bit hotter, that's not going to make the Fed go out and then raise rates by June or July of this year, right? If we do have a reacceleration, they probably will still wait until the data comes in before they have to take any additional action, which most likely will not have to take any additional action. So I think that's why we're seeing these sell-offs and then these buying coming right back into the marketplace, and especially when we're looking at treasuries. All we need, honestly, even if you're an equity bull, I know a lot of bulls are like, oh, well, rates are at 4%, it's going to be really hard for the equity market. That's not the case. All you need is stability in the market, and everything else will align itself, just like options pricing, right? Interest rates go up, interest rates go down. But if you have stability within your interest rates, the options pricing is going to map out just like it would normally do in any other type of marketplace. So that's my 2 cents there. I do have to hop off real quick, and then I'll jump back on in a bit too.
Yeah, thanks, David. So roll risk and all that option pricing, so that great interest. So watch out for that. Thanks, Kevin.
And yeah, and it's just like just the regular economy too, right? You just need stability. Stability is the key. Everything else will get.
Appreciate that conversation there. As always, look forward to having you back on in 10-15 minutes, Kevin. Thanks, AJ, for the question, too. But Jaguar, I would love to bring you into it and hear how your day was going. And then we got a minute or two left before the market closes. So any, one word you want to
big ramp up into the close. Bitcoin dump, but a big ramp up into the close.
Yeah, good afternoon, everybody. So, one word, as you said, did you guys see this whiplashing sell-off in the last 15 minutes or so in AT&T, Verizon, Frontier Communications, which is FYBR? So all three of them in the last 15 minutes or so, all three of them just sharply sold off. And if you pull up,
look at this push, boom. What an epic push. So, pretty great day for us trading. If you were able to bank on profits with us, congrats. Definitely check out my Trading Capital trade room. We went 8 for 8 in the day trading session, no losers. So whenever you have a perfect trading session live, you always have to celebrate that because it doesn't always happen. But when you're certainly on point, doing 8 of 8, profits are bountiful. So congrats if anybody took those trades with us. It was certainly an epic session. Last minute here, we're seeing a bit of a down candle occurring, but still a pretty impressive rally off of the lows for the indices. You know, the Qs finished positive, the SPY finished negative, the Russell finished negative. So impressive day for the markets. Even though you did finish negative across the board, they did recover a lot of the fallen gains. So definitely interesting to see what's going to happen throughout the rest of the week. But on that note, thank you all for tuning into my live stream. Check out Predictagam, as Trading Capital was top of the leaderboards today, 89%, 66 predictions, and